workshop, the conference, and the session towards bringing further clarity on the ethical implications of artificial intelligence. But before we do that, let me first thank Prof. Rao and his organizing team. I think to take the initiative and force us to some extent to think about these matters is very important. As we could hear yesterday, from gaming to anthropology, all the different topics in between are struggling to fully understand the role of artificial intelligence in our communities. Prof. Rao, therefore, from this session side, we would like to thank you and your team for organizing this conference. I also want to welcome Ms. Dorothy Gordon from Ghana, but she's from Paris, the IFAP chair, because the information that we share at the moment will become part of the so-called Information for All program, taking the information to local communities, interpret it for those communities, and assist the communities to be able to have access to that information. Dorothy has been joined by Dr. Oliveira in Paris, who strengthened her team in this year, which is the 40th year of IFAP International. And we congratulated Dorothy and her team on that 40 years of existence and wonderful work to be done by IFAP. Our chairperson internationally at IFAP is Evgeny Kuzmin, and with his Russian team, they are a very important role player in the debate internationally. But today I want Prof. Rao to recognize the presence of Evgeny. We all know that he is he's supporting us strongly while he's fighting his own battles with his health. Evgeny played a very important role yesterday, and we recognize and appreciate his energy and his focus and his continuous support to the program and our activities. The session now will focus on two speakers. As you can see on the program, we have Prof. Fatima Roumat. She's online, and she's in Marrakesh in Morocco at the moment. And she's going to talk to us on ethics of artificial intelligence and technological sovereignty, bringing together two very important topics in her paper, which we must take note of, and that is the sovereignty of state and the sovereignty of technology. Unfortunately, we cannot leave the one out and only focus on the other one. And she will then bring her insight to the table. And Prof. Fatima, we welcome you, and we look forward to your presentation. Please.
Thank you, Professor Kazi. And first of all, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me and they are doing great work, and they are their contributions is significant. Their contribution linked to artificial intelligence and their impacts, positive and negative impact, is really significant. And the world will remember this contribution, and the history will remember this contribution. And it's a great honor to be usually with my friends, my colleagues, and to know also other colleagues interested in artificial intelligence in general, and especially ethics and artificial intelligence. So thank you again for this invitation, and it's a pleasure to contribute to this great debate around artificial intelligence and digital wellness. My presentation is under the theme ethics, artificial intelligence, and technological sovereignty. As you know, COVID-19 accelerated the transition to a new society, a society based on the massive use of artificial intelligence, and it's enhanced this new tools enhances the threats and create new risks linked to the appearance of new concepts and of new notions, but also of new forms of war. We have here different types of sovereignty: data sovereignty, cyber sovereignty, and technological sovereignty. For data sovereignty, it's recognized by international law, and as it was confirmed by UNESCO, but also by other, by UN, as we can say later. UNESCO defined data sovereignty in the first draft of the recommendation on the ethic of artificial intelligence as UNESCO considered data sovereignty that it means that states complying with international law regulate the data generated within or passing through their territories, and take measures towards effective regulation of data based on respect for the right to privacy and other human rights. Data sovereignty is a big and complex topic because also or considering all the risks imposed by artificial intelligence. As you can see here in this map drawn privacy laws, all the countries in blue, all in these countries, pilots can fly, can let the one drone fly outside their fields of vision without any permits. In some countries, especially those in red, this drone application are banned, totally banned. So cyber sovereignty, it was also defined by, and it was a topic of and a field of interest for several researchers, as Mary Beisner and Patrice Robin, who consider cyber sovereignty as a type of autonomy in cyberspace. The same definition was considered by UN General Assembly, especially the United Nations governmental group of experts who decide that international law, including state sovereignty, was applicable in cyberspace. This applicability of the international law and state sovereignty to cyberspace was also confirmed by the Tallinn Manual on the international applicable to cyber warfare and Tallinn Manual 2.0. But what about this interaction between sovereignty as a notion or as a fundamental notion in international public law and cyber sovereignty, which is conditioned by technological sovereignty. As we say, sovereignty in international law means independence, and it should be not limited only to natural territory, to geographic frontier, but now with the emergence and with all activities we have in cyberspace, sovereignty is also, this notion is also extended to this space. But we cannot, but it's conditioned by technological sovereignty. How this cyber sovereignty is linked and is conditioned by technological sovereignty. As this last concept was defined also by some researchers, as the ability of states or federation of states to provide the technologies, it's deemed critical for its welfare, competitiveness, and ability to act and to be able to develop this or source them from other economic areas without one side structural dependency. But the problem with this definition is that it limits technological sovereignty only to economic areas, which is wrong in point of considering international law. Sovereignty in international public law means independence, and technological sovereignty in international public law means independence in all levels, political, economic, and social. Now, considering the impacts of artificial intelligence technologies, we need also consider the independence, which means that states should usually be free to choose its political system without any influence using artificial intelligence. The same for the economic system or social, education, health, environment. All these fields are now influenced by artificial intelligence. I'm speaking here about positive and negative influence. Technological sovereignty, yes, mean independence, but the goal is peace and security. Technological sovereignty means independence in all levels, in all fields, but the goal is peace and security in a large context. What we observe in the international society, the competition between states. In fact, we observe now competition in two levels. First one between states, and we can illustrate this competition using three areas: artificial intelligence and robotic investments. The second criteria, 5G technologies, research and development in artificial intelligence. As you can see here, the worldwide spending on robotic will be 87 billions by 2025, and more than 60 billions will be dedicated to military, and more than 24 to industrial. China is leading in 5G, and because Huawei created over than 200,000 5G base stations last May in 2020. And only Huawei invested $8 million in research and development, in 5G research and development. But still, United States is leading in innovation. As you can see here, United States is the third country in the first group, high income group, and China is the first country in the second group, titled upper middle. The second level of competition is between, we observe now, is between big tech and states. As APM argue, technological sovereignty should be based on presence, values, and trust, not geographic location of the company. Yes, the codes are laws, but the question, are they superior than constitutions and international law? Codes must be compliant with local laws, including data privacy, and they must be compliant with all values, universal values containing in the constitutions and international mechanisms. I'm taking here about the last attacks to freedom of speech, which is a universal value from Facebook, Twitter, and other social media. And I think here that relationship between big tech and states should not be characterized by competition, but it should be characterized by completing each other, not competing each other for or to achieve technological sovereignty or to protect technological sovereignty. Why technological sovereignty is important? Because of the positive impact of artificial intelligence. More than 30 businesses profitability by 2035. Public services will have more than 9%, and by 2035, arts and entertainment more than plus 26%, education 84%. We have also some risks, a lot of risks, and challenge the risks. Cybersecurity, privacy, human rights, and democracy, especially how we can protect democracy process. I think our colleague Marius will give a lot of ideas in this level. Okay. Which strategies can help societies and states to face all these challenges? We need national strategies, regional and international. In national level, strategic autonomy is should be the priority in all national strategies in all states, and this strategic autonomy should be focused on economy, society, data, privacy, human rights, democracy, on how to protect elections, and special importance should be given to infrastructure such as electricity, water, health, cloud services, and etc. And also with the risk management approach. This approach should involve detection, monitoring, and analysis in real time. We have some initiative also in some countries, but several voices reject states' interventionism to defend technological sovereignty. Because yes, technological sovereignty needs a minimum of surveillance to ensure peace and security, to ensure independence, which is necessary for peace and security. Peace and security in large sense, from military and defense context to political system and democracy process, human rights, infrastructure, economy, etc., education, health, etc. How we can ensure this balance between technological sovereignty, which needs a minimum of surveillance to ensure peace and security, throughout ethics of artificial intelligence, which should be included and considered in international or when we rethink international law, where international society creates new tools, new mechanisms, and also it should be considered in national legislations and codes. What about regional strategies? Yes, we have some initiatives, but for example, OECD and the European Union, which made several measures aimed to gain technological sovereignty, example, single European data markets by 2013, but also this initiative created a great and an interesting debate, and we should contribute to this debate as a researcher, and also different actors should contribute to this because it's our responsibility. In international level, we have one initiative, UNESCO initiative, and I'm speaking here about the draft of the recommendation on the ethics in artificial intelligence, which contain 10 policy areas addressed to member states as sovereign entities based on sovereignty and equality as it was included in international law. As a conclusion, new reforms are needed at different levels, considering the new identity of society and the new identity of the international society, with the emergence of new players, especially transnational corporations that have invested in artificial intelligence more than some states. Great powers and small states should rethink the legal framework concerning their relations with the transnational corporations, especially big tech, to ensure peace and security for all. Governments should work with transnational corporations to build in an enabling environment for a high level of data protection, transparency, and trustworthiness. International organizations should be not only a space of negotiation limited to the member states, but it's time to create new tools which can facilitate the integration of transnational companies in the global governance for artificial intelligence. This presentation is a call for action. Thank you.
Prof. Fatima, thank you very much. I think you can hear the applause and from all over the world. So thank you very much for this wonderful presentation and your insights. You are talking from a legal background, and that is a very important part of the security platform that we have. Not that we all have the same laws, but at least we must have the same approach. The coordination and the cooperation that you refer to is much needed. And the work on the policies. I have my own excitement in the way that the international organizations are working with private sector in trying to coordinate some of these. But we are also very mindful that if you talk about Huawei and you include Huawei, but you don't include the others, then others might feel that it's a platform for marketing. And we must come over that. We must get the legal people to assist us to be able to directly engage with private sector and the big companies, because, as you say, they have a sovereignty of their own, which must be acknowledged. Thank you very much for your contribution. We will come back to you with some questions. Now, Prof. Fatima did refer to the social good that is needed in our societies. People must trust the technology governments must be excited to use the technologies to bring information, correct information to the societies, developed and developing societies. Therefore, we are very privileged to focus with Prof. Atul Negi on this topic. Prof. Atul is going to talk to us from the background as an engineer. We had a legal focus, and now we have the engineering side. But his approach is very much also from that of a volunteer in assisting startup companies to enter the market. Prof. Atul is going to address matters like the social good, the right kind of data, how do we get hold of that data, as well as a topic which is very important to me when you come to artificial intelligence, and that is the bias of algorithms. So, Prof. Atul, thank you very much for your preparation. Thank you for being with us. We look forward to listen to you.
Thank you. I'll start presenting.
You're welcome.
I hope my slideshow is visible. So, a formal introduction of myself. I am a professor and a senior member of the IEEE, a life member of the Indian unit of the pattern recognition and artificial intelligence. I worked at the School of Computer and Information Sciences at the University of Hyderabad. I am Professor Prabhakar's colleague, and we have been together in the Center for E-Learning. And today I was going to be talking on how AI for social good, and it's a Faustian bargain. Okay, as we all know, Faustian bargains is that, Faust had sold his soul to gain something, right? So we are gaining something from AI, and it is not deniable that AI is doing something for the social good. But then we are selling ourselves in that situation, and of course, through the data and such things, we are selling ourselves. Okay, so broadly, that's the idea. At the end, I'm going to give some recommendations. Hopefully, that will be suitable. I give a outline in which I first start with technology and society. I talk about, we need to understand that what is machine learning, how it works and how it succeeds, certain cases of the social good, what is a Faustian bargain, and on to say the last aspects. So we are having crisis in so many fronts and all that, and there is of recent, despite some very negative aspects, there are clear indications that AI would be able to help us solve some of the problems. But what is the basic problem? The basic problem is that the societal impact of AI is so much that it is causing a disruption of society, which is happening 10 times faster and at 300 times the scale of the Industrial Revolution. Okay, that is the impact of AI in today's world. Okay, this is said by McKinsey in their Global Institute document. Okay, and as we know that AI and brain is things which is going together. So you can see that impact is very, very wide ranging. And all the sectors are getting impacted, but the same sectors will also benefit from the the advantages which AI is offering. And in fact, that is how the business is also moving. That is, all these things are more related to business and that kind of factors. Okay? And in the technological landscape, AI, big data, data science, all these things have sort of peaked and are trending. Okay? So it is these are the things where the businesses are focusing, so as to be able to pitch their businesses and earn the profits. By AI, we mean, what do we mean by that? So I'm here speaking from a technological aspect. That we have involved systems that have some reasoning, and they can make some choices, independent choices related to a variable environment. Okay. Well, the ideal is a human-like behavior, but that is quite a way far off as of now. And information technology, no doubt, is at the basis wherein storage and retrieval and transmission and information, manipulation of information is the the platform, the basic platform upon which today's AI is working. And from computation point of view, we are looking at AI, and artificial intelligence is at the quadrant where the symbolic processing is required and heuristic approaches are there. And this is a bit different from the traditional computing, which is numeric and algorithmic. Okay. And how do we know that something is intelligent? And the Turing test was designed, okay, and in which through conversation, an interrogator would be able to know whether from A or B, which is actually a computer system. Okay, but Turing test is sort of outmoded now, and we now have the reverse Turing test, right? Like, you need to prove yourself you are a human being. CAPTCHA is a part of that, and but the advances are such that there is a system which is called as GPT-3. And GPT-3 can generate samples of news. It can generate presentations, conference presentations, and it will be at a level where human evaluators are having a bit of difficulty in distinguishing the articles which have been written by humans amongst that. Okay? So this is just to give some idea that what is the level that AI is reached. Okay. Some more technological aspects about AI. Previously, we had rule-based systems. And it's very important to understand that why, although we had rule-based systems for several decades, we did not have the crisis which we have about AI presently, because rules are something which human beings are able to understand. Okay? But the rule-based systems were surpassed by machine learning approaches and currently the deep learning approaches. And all the deep learning approaches bridged, or we can say broached, the final frontier for humans, that is in the text processing, in the speech processing, and the processing of images in everyday life. Okay, so that's why AI is impacting us now. Basically, what is it that goes on with machine learning is that we have historical data, and that helps to build predictive models, and these are the predictive algorithms which are used for that. And then when we get a trained model with new data, then we apply the predictions. Okay, so with this, what do I want to show here? Here I'm showing that this is the reason why AI methods need data, a lot of data, huge amounts of data actually. Okay, so that's why they want to gather all sorts of data. Machine learning is come forth in these things, and here again I stress the larger data sets which are available. And machine learning is actually not just see, data can be passive data, but with machine learning the data is used to improve a system. Okay? So that is the rise of machine learning. And machine learning by itself could not reach where deep learning has gone, where deep learning has almost a linear scale up with the amount of data. Okay, so, and what is really the difference? Where deep learning could overcome the obstacles which machine learning had, which is that in deep learning it is a combined feature extraction and classification, while machine learning could only do classification, and human programmers were needed for doing the feature extraction. Okay, so that's why in deep learning maybe it is a bit sort of fearful for us that there is no human aspect involved. It's just the data. It's the data and the learning system. So that's why we could get in the news that a certain learning system of Google has even surprised their designers. And deep learning is now very much everywhere. It's in the self-driving cars. It's in healthcare. It is adding sounds to silent movies, and it is into automatic handwriting generation, image recognition. These are some astonishing applications of the deep learning. And now all this power can be harnessed to do something good. And this is where the UN Sustainable Development Goals come in. And the McKinsey and Co. have built up this set of 17 cases, the case studies, which are very wide-ranging, extremely wide-ranging. And it ranges from the economic empowerment with agriculture quality, yields, financial inclusion in education, in environment, in the animal and planet conservation for environment, land and air and water conservation, including aspects of equality and inclusion, which are being discussed here in this conference, about health and hunger, so treatments, mental wellness, okay, the information verification and validation aspects of false news, the polarization which is taking place. Okay, in government, in the public and social sector, in security and justice, and crisis response for disasters and things like that. So these are all very positive cases for the social good, wherein companies like McKinsey and others are working a lot. In fact, there are so many use cases, and there is so much in each use case that I could perhaps give a talk on each of these. Like say for agriculture, we'll just take a quick look at that. Recently, there is a researcher. His name is Milind Tambe. He was actually a professor in the United States, and now he is Professor Milind Tambe is been working along with Google. And he has been, I think so, he's taking care of AI for social good in India. And then in this volume, they put together lots of case studies wherein they could, sort of save people from committing suicide. Okay, so these were the use cases. There are so many things which are there. I think I will not talk about this, that AI in the financial industry, this well-known fintech as it is being called these days. Okay, so the smart agriculture is there, as my previous speaker has mentioned about robotics. This is the place where the robotics would be very useful for mankind. Okay, agrobots and all that. So picking up fruits which are only those fruits which are ripe, and so that way saving on the wastages which is there. Okay, let me tackle one of the most difficult problems for AI, and also which has caused a lot of problems, which is there with respect to bias. And let's say as a quiz question, you see the 9 faces on the right. Okay, and it won't take long for you as a human being to figure out that all the 9 faces are actually one person. All right, so this is the face recognition problem, that despite the variability of the disguise, human beings are somehow able to find out that. But face recognition is a very serious problem, and AI to come to that level has been collecting data sets, and this is the data set collection which is of celebrities. I'm not good with my celebrities, but I think some of you would be able to recognize some of the celebrities here. And so I'm obviously for the celebrities, because they are a lot in the media and things like that. So this is maybe up to celebrities, you might say it's a fair game. But when we have camera setups all over, so then this face recognition can be used. But face recognition is the double-edged sword, and San Francisco and UK, other such places, they have sort of put a ban on these things. Okay, the reason is also well understood. That is, it's said that the technical work is not up to the mark, and of course, as it has been mentioned, this is where bias comes in. Okay, so the bias is and which is also very evident, is that people of color in the United States and other places, they have their freedom encroached upon by the police. So that's why the space technician kind of things, if they are not really working well, they should not be used. Another aspect which in my paper write-up, I have dwelt a bit more on that. This is the basic problem, which is that these interactive speakers which we have here, these are sitting in our home, and we ask them to do all sorts of things remotely. But at the same time, they are not so innocent. They are eavesdropping on everything which we say, and it is being conveyed to their servers, and it is although the companies say that that's not going to be used for against someone or something, but those conversations are being stored in the servers, and that is certainly a very great violation of the privacy. Okay, and I have already explained about that the GPT-3 and GPT-3. I mean, here there is a bit of technological excitement from my side, in which so far having studied AI for the past 25-30 years, finally we have a system which can sort of compose articles or converse in some semblance of a human level. Okay, so it is there now, but we can just imagine what kind of misuse that could be put to. Okay, it is also learning to code and things like that. Now further, the same methods which are there, they are also looking at law, and so many systems are there which help to make the legal case search and do some due diligence on the merger and acquisition deals, and they can do the the basic checking in certain legal documents and things like that. So, say for example, now these Faustian bargain dilemmas are there now for the insurance sector. So, where the chatbots are providing the companies with lots of original customer data based upon the customer interaction. But as I have flagged in the red, the level of personalization is so much that there is an exclusion possible, that one customer group who might need most the help would be denied that, because some young people are lacking the digital skills. And of course, as others here have pointed out, there is a kind of a there is a digital divide on the access to these kind of tools and the access to the technology. Other aspect which is certainly there in the Faustian bargain is the destruction of jobs. Many people do say that the jobs are being destroyed, but new ones being created in the different areas. But there is quite a lag between being able to find out that what is that new area and coming up with the skills which are required for that. And here, this is where the so-called third world countries are disadvantaged again, because the huge amount of the $1 million which are being expended by data centers by the big tech companies. Now, not I mean, nobody, not the third world countries are not able to afford that, and these server-driven AI tools, these are the ones which will reduce us to consumers only, and we will not be able to be part of the creators, so that we can benefit from that. So I would say is that AI does help, and it must be provided data, but the questions are that what data should be given and how should the data be obtained, and certainly the ethical issues of obtaining and curating data must be taken care of. And the answer to that is that there must be a regulation of the design. There must be a regulation on the use of the data. So therefore, as a non-profit organization and the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, which I'm a volunteer and I'm a senior member, here they are come up with the AI and the ethics in design. And they have come up with very good programs, and in fact, standardization of the software is also being planned, and there are the standard number P7013 is on the inclusion and application standard for automated facial analysis. Actually, there is a very big document of the IEEE, which is 600 pages plus, and the IEEE P7000 series of standards is having various aspects and that needs to be understood and appreciated. Okay, and of course, with understanding and appreciation, now people could help IEEE to formulate those standards and make it better. Okay, why should I say that, IEEE? Because some of the IEEE standards are so widespread over the world. For example, there is hardly any spot where people are not using the IEEE standard, which is for Wi-Fi. Okay, so such is the level of the IEEE standards, because it goes widespread. So that's why I would trust the IEEE, which as a non-profit would be able to make the standards, and hopefully those standards will lead to better software design. So IEEE also has some other standards, the P7003, which is the standard for algorithmic bias, and they have a working group, and they are open to people who can give their suggestions to that. Okay, and IEEE is very organized, that they have a standards association, and they drive the global innovation and the standards consensus building with that. Okay, so the IEEE standards organization is well organized in taking care of these kind of taking inputs and standards. Okay. Finally, to my recommendations. So I would recommend that there must be fair data gathering certification. Okay. So which means that if some company is using AI and they are building a system based upon some data, they must be able to certify that the data which they gathered was satisfying the requirements of the data being given voluntarily, or maybe the ethical aspects of being able to gather the data. And the other recommendation is that the certification of developers of AI tools and products. So those who are building the AI tools and products should know and understand, and the company which is building that must certify that the developers know and understand the biases in that data and the ethical uses in the usage of their products by the uninitiated or unaware users. Okay, so hopefully with this, the products and those things which are being built and being used would not be so so mercenary, let's say, maybe that's the word. Okay. With that, I thank everyone for this great opportunity. It was just a fantastic thing for me to interact with the people in the conference. I invite the questions and queries, and this is my mail ID, atul.negi@uhydac.in. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over to you.
It's a pleasure. Thank you, Prof. Atul. I think you gave us a wonderful overview, and I like your reference to the reasoning and of artificial intelligence, and the way that we can also use that. May I ask that you just take off your presentation, and then I can see the group?
Yes.
No problem.
Yes.
And then as long as you don't post an advert for one of your small companies, then I'm happy, no problem with that. Any questions? We have a few minutes. Any questions to either Prof. Atul or Prof. Fatima?
I think somebody has raised their hand.
Yes, please. Continue.
It's in the...
May
I? No, we have a hand from Russia.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah, I really appreciate the reports of both professors, and have a question for Professor Fatima. How do you think transnational corporations should be motivated to contribute to technological security, except wide and excessive funding them and their innovation research by governments? Thank you.
Prof. Fatima, you can answer.
I didn't understand well the question. Can you repeat it, please?
How can governments and international
Corporations?
international society motivate transnational corporations to contribute to national technological sovereignties, since transnational corporations have their interests in different states? How to guarantee it and how to motivate them?
Yes, I think that transnational corporations, they already have all rules which encourage them since 2000, since the creation of Youth World Organization for Trade and other economic and financial institutions. And also all states now, they have laws which encourage investment and foreign investment especially, and which encourage international transnational corporation to invest in technology and in research in general, but especially in research and development linked to AI. The problem now is that because they have all what they want and all what they need to create and to innovate in these fields, now there is this competition between them and states. And that's why international society need to rethink this relation, the place given to transnational corporations in international society. And they need to work together because, and here I can find a great response for you in the presentation presented by Professor Atol, who talked about education and agriculture. I think all this, and I can find also a great response for you in the comments made by my colleague and my friend Pierre-Emmanuel in the chat, when he said that technological sovereignty is okay. Yes, it's okay for agriculture sovereignty, and it's okay for education sovereignty, it's okay for economic sovereignty, etc. So that's why transnational, who are the leader now, they are investing in research and development linked to artificial intelligence more than states. And they are powerful in this level more than states. That's why states need to not lose their sovereignty. And sovereignty, I think, it's not a simple word. It's not a concept. It's a principal notion in and fundamental notion in international law linked to states. So that's why we cannot allow that we use sovereignty like that. I saw in one comments in the chat also someone who speak about individual sovereignty. And yes, we can read this in a lot of research now, individual sovereignty, company sovereignty, etc. But now it's wrong. I think that sovereignty should be used only by states, and it's linked to states as a notion. Because we have, as individual, we have social contracts with states, and there are states who can protect our human rights, not transnational corporations. So that's why when we speak about individuals or company, we can speak about ownership or something, but not about sovereignty.
Thank you very much. It's a very clear answer and a very wise answer. Fatima, I agree with you. In the end, companies are motivated and demotivated by taxes. And maybe governments can use that. Vasuki, you had a question?
Yes. Just to take off from where Professor Fatima left, my question was, yes, citizens' contract is with the state. I completely agree with you. But what happens in states where democracy doesn't exist? For example, we have been reading reports, news reports, that a particular country uses facial recognition day in and day out in all public places for anything and everything. Okay, so how do you deal with such kind of situations? Where does individual sovereignty come in? Where does the state's sovereignty come in? How does the citizens contract with the state work in such situations?
Yes. Thank you for this wonderful and very interesting question. Yes, artificial intelligence brings a lot of changes to the international society. We are living now in a new world order. I'm not speaking about the Great Reset. I'm speaking about a new world order started since several years.
Yes.
And this new world order is characterized by a lot of characters, but especially the transforming identity of individuals and of all players inside societies and outside societies. That's why one thing we should also do, because yes, when we recognize technological sovereignty to states, we should also, and states and governments should keep in mind that and should consider that technological sovereignty means not surveillance, means not control, but when the need to control all our activities in internet, in cyberspace, and all content we share in internet as individual, this government should consider that the goal of states is to protect, control to protect, not control to exercise a kind of dictatorship. Control
Thank you very
to
much.
ensure democracy, not.
Thank you, Prof. Fatima. May I use this very last minute to thank Prof. Fatima and Prof. Atul for their contribution. I think that if you look at the theme of the conference, this session, session 4, contributed towards our bigger insight. In conclusion, I want to refer to the Journal of Medical and Clinical Research and Reviews. They, in August 2020, published an article by 3 people where they looked at the artificial consciousness and from a psychological perspective, and where they said that we must not be afraid of the consciousness because it will not exist as we understand it. But there are 2 things actually that they presented, which they say that artificial intelligence is already better than human beings, and we must use that. The first one is the high speed of logical analysis of incoming information. And I think Prof. Atul did refer to that. And the second one is the absolute memory of artificial intelligence, which we don't have. Once you understand your own limitations, the consciousness of artificial intelligence that we talk about here, whether it is the concept of sovereignty, whether it's the concept of social good, then this topic can also be enhanced by that. I thank the 2 of you who participated in this conference. I'm giving back to Prof. Rao while I'm wishing well two of my friends, Tatiana and Helen from Brazil and Kenya. And I wish you well on your session. Thank you very much, Prof. Rao. Back to you.
Thank Professor Fatima and Professor Atul Negi for the wonderful, more technical presentations, which I think will invite further discussion, which requires also further deliberations. But due to paucity of time, we could not extend it. In any case, thank you very much again to Professor Atul Negi and Professor Fatima, and also Professor Kuzey Bestar. Now, we will move to the session 5, Community Empowerment and Information Ethics, which will be presided by Professor Vasuki. So now I request Professor Vasuki to take the floor.
Thank you so much, Professor Prabhakar. It's a pleasure to be at the conference, listening to such wonderful minds. The session 5 focuses on community empowerment and information ethics. We have 2 presentations in this session. One by Professors Oliveira and Ellen Paes from the Fluminense Federal University of Brazil, and the other by Professor Helena Munga from the Department of Library and Information Science, Faculty of Arts, University of Nairobi in Kenya. While one will talk about the use of artificial intelligence and other technologies to tackle scientific disinformation, the other one will speak about the political violence that we normally hear about whenever there is an election in Kenya. I'll now request Professor Oliveira and Ellen Paes to please go ahead and make their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vasuki. I am Tayane Oliveira from Fluminense Federal University. It's a pleasure for me to be here in this conference. I am learning a lot in these days. What I am going to present today, just a minute to share my screen. Great. Yeah, what I am going to present today, it's a project that I am working on with my colleague Aline Paes, also from Fluminense Federal University, in which we aim to develop technologies and methodologies using artificial intelligence and media information literacy to tackle scientific disinformation. Before to talk about the project itself, it's important to bring briefly a context on the circulation of scientific disinformation. We are facing nowadays an epistemic crisis in which people distrust the epistemic institutions. The epistemic institutions are the institutions responsible who have the social function and the responsible to produce and disseminate knowledge and information as science and media. In this time of epistemic crisis, we have been observing how this scientific information, this media information is under political disputes, and observing also how there is a common a process of political instrumentalization of scientific information. When we are talking about scientific information or disinformation in general, it's important not to limit our approach to identify formats, to identify languages or patterns of the disinformation. It's important to understand the whole process of the communication, especially comprehending and recognizing the human, the user, the consumer that share and believe in this information. So it's important to bring for our analysis the belief system, which is influenced by the political affiliation, influenced by religion, and so on. It's common in the literature, the academic literature, to comprehend and define this information through the lens of intentionality. For example, the people define this information as information intentionally made to deceive people. But we live in a traditional inquisitorial society. How we can prove the intentionality of a person to produce, disseminate, or share some disinformation? This open a possibility to use the own sense of disinformation as a political tool to delegitimate the opposition. For example, in Brazil, we have been observing, and not only in Brazil, of course, we have been observing the far right mobilizing the sense of the disinformation to attack their opposition, to attack the oppositor who do not agree with them, saying that they produce disinformation and the far right is victim of the disinformation. So we must to understand it through this disputes of senses on disinformation. There are many initiatives around the world to tackle disinformation. We are going to briefly talk a little bit about these three approaches and the limitations and challenges of each one. The fact-checking tools, many studies have shown that the spread of corrected information is lower than the misinformation itself. Also, studies have shown that the people only use the fact-checking tools when the titles confirm their previous attitudes, and the people avoid these tools, fact-checking tools, when the title contradicts the participants' belief systems. Also, in media information literacy, it's a huge and important policies and initiatives to tackle scientific disinformation, but many papers, many studies and research have shown that the problem is not the lack of education or lack of the information. Since people consciously choose to share, even though they know that the content may not be true. People share the information because the information meets to their beliefs and confirm their opinions. People feel that they have a privileged information and wants to share it with among their peers to increase the social capital in the networks. And also there are many initiatives based on deliberative theories, investing in open science, investing in citizen science, in openness and transparency, infrastructures, investing in strategic scholarly communication. But we also have many challenges with this kind of approach, especially when we recognize that the disinformation circulated in social media platforms, which have the own ways to provide the information, to circulate the information mediated by algorithms based on market logical logics. Which conduct our behavior, our interest, and our taste. And also, as I said before, we have been observing the attacks against the press, attacks against the universities, the public institutions, and the democracy in forms of hate speech and intolerant speech, especially and sometimes coming from our own leadership, political leaderships. So we have a huge problem to make these deliberative theories into practice to tackle scientific disinformation and disinformation in general. I want to invite Aline Pais to continue this presentation. Aline, are you here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning and evening and afternoon for some of the people here. It's been a pleasure for me to participate in this conference with so many insightful talks with people with so different backgrounds, but everyone with the same goal of doing social good and improving our societies, our way of living. So it's been really nice, and I thank you very much, all of you, for this opportunity. I'm Aline, I'm a professor at the Institute of Computing at Federal Fluminense University here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And I'm an expert on AI, and today I want to talk about a little bit about the different areas that AI is trying to tackle this problem of disinformation. We are going to summarize some areas, but the most important thing is to point out the pitfalls, the problems that those areas have, and how we are thinking about to change, to improve stuff using AI. And this work that we are developing here, we are trying to take into consideration, of course, AI, but using different strategies, different approaches to put the human being in the center of the process and not only in the end or in the beginning of the process. So, Tayane, next, please. Yeah. So here we are talking about these tasks, about the areas of AI and their common pitfalls, that most of them is always true with kind of manual approaches as well. We have the same problems, but some of the problems are inherent from the AI technology. So perhaps the most common task in AI to handle, to tackle this information is using classification. And by classification, I mean we have an automatic system that tries to decide if some news is true or if it's not true. It's not always these only binary stuff. Sometimes we have different levels of classifications. For example, there are some approaches that say that news is almost incorrect or almost correct. There are some levels of that. And usually we rely on the data from the contents, but when we are talking about social media and this information is largely spread in social media, we can also take into consideration the metadata, the data about people, and the network data. It's also possible to improve those models. And lots of them have very high accuracy rates. They can classify very well those news, but most of the times it's done in very prepared, very pre-processed benchmarks. So sometimes it's not the really situation, the real world situation that we're going to face in the future. So we have to be careful about these high accuracy rates because usually they are in a very well prepared environment. And most of all, there are some other issues besides these well-prepared benchmarks and accuracy rates and the way that we measure and we verify the systems. One problem is that usually it's very difficult to detect if some piece of news is false in the beginning of the process, before it spreads, before the damage is already done. And usually these classification systems should be worried about that as well. And the other problem is that usually we have some mixed information. We have true information together with false information. And usually they only say that that whole piece of information is right or wrong, is false or true, or if it's almost false or true, but they don't point out the piece of information within the content that is true or it's false. So it's a problem of segmentation of finding within a text if some of them is true and point out which is false and which one is true, because this is a common way of confusing people. If you mix both types of information, people may get confused because some of them is right, so they may be inclined to believe that all of them is true because of some contexts that are true. And the other problem that classification systems also usually fail is that because they are usually done with a specific language and a specific domain. For example, it's very common to have systems that can detect false news in English because it's a language full of resource, and also within a specific domain, for example, the electoral domain. And the problem with that is that we cannot generalize across different languages. For example, it's more difficult to take a system well prepared to handle English news and use directly in a system that could detect fake news written in Portuguese, for example. And also this problem with generalization is that when we have a very new situation like this pandemic, it's very difficult to adapt the system to a new situation where the data is very limited because it's unexpected and it's different from before. But I think that the problem here is not on that, but I think the worst problem is about the lack of explanation. We are talking about that a lot in AI, about explainable systems, because I believe that it's asking too much to a person to trust in a system where they don't have any kind of explanation. So people should trust a system without having explanation how that system reached the conclusion, reached the decision. So it's kind of very hard to ask people to trust that without any kind of explanation. So we can go to next, please. To alleviate this problem a little bit, people are developing systems that are evidence-based, trying to do this fact-checking in an automatical way. So in this case, we usually have a claim, and then the system has to decide if there is some evidence to support or to refute that claim, or saying that it cannot take a decision because they don't have, the system doesn't have enough information to that. So this whole process, there are lots of steps to do in that. First, the system has to collect that evidence and to decide which evidence, which piece of information is relevant or not, which piece of information can be used or not. And also there are other artificial intelligence, natural language processing tasks based here. Usually have to check semantic similarity between texts. We have to decide about the textual inference if one information is deriving another information. So there are lots of steps here. And we also have some recent initiatives to provide explanations using linguistic and visual clues, for example. Some of them could be using natural language as well. For example, we have some recent systems that can give some explanation in natural language about the decision that the system has made. So those are good initiatives to try to improve this problem of lack of explainability and trying to make people trust more in AI systems. But here we also have some problems, because a very big problem is that frequently we cannot refute a very absurd information. If that information is so absurd, so nonsense, probably we don't have another piece of information to refute that one. So usually the system is going to say that they don't have it, it doesn't have enough information to support or to refute. In other words, they don't know what to say. And the other problem here is that these explanations and these evidence-based should be very different depending on the background of the person. For example, to explain something to a person that's not an expert is different to when we'll try to explain something for a person that, for example, develops an AI system. You have to use different languages. If it's a person that doesn't have a background on science or biology or things like that, if we're talking about, for example, the coronavirus, the system should have used a very simplified language so that that person could understand what's being said about that subject. And also the other problem that Tayane already mentioned, it also, of course, happens with AI system, is that sometimes when you provide some evidence, the person is going to try to find some ways to fight that evidence. If that evidence doesn't support their previous beliefs and their previous knowledge, probably they're not going to accept that and going in the opposite direction and trying to find some way to fight and to say that that information is not true because there are other pieces of evidence that could support that. So it's a problem that we have with fact-checking systems made by humans, and it's also a problem that we have with AI-based fact-checking systems. So we can go to the next. So there are lots of discussions about these algorithmic and corrective approaches using AI. Some people believe that they are not enough. They are useful, but not enough. We should take another steps. We should consider other points. And we can go to the next, please. And so because of that, because of these discussions about the corrective and algorithmic approaches and approaches based only on data, here in this project, we are trying to use AI. Of course, I'm an expert on AI. I want to use AI everywhere, but with the human in the center of the process and participating in all the phases of this construction of knowledge and construction of reasoning and construction of dialogues. So we are trying to study educational approaches, not only based on data, but also based on the perception of the people that are going to use our systems. We are trying to build some platform grounded on explanations, but also using dialogues, trying to capture what people would think about some subject, how people would use that information. And in this way, we are going to try to make AI to function like a fellow, like a companionship to people, instead of using the human only the beginning of the process when we are collecting data, or in the end of the process when we already have a decision and the person is going to receive that decision in a more passive way. So we'd like to take the human as an active part of this whole process. And I think it's the last one. Yeah. So in this platform, we're trying to collect the news that are cited in some information, some content, to make this kind of provenance, this origin of the information. And with that, we want to understand a little bit more about the people that are sharing that information, people that are receiving that information. And we'd like to understand the points that they agree, because it must be a point that different people, different categories of people agree. For example, here we have nowadays this very extreme polarization between the extreme right wings and the left wings. So we would like to see if there is some subject, any subject that they could agree, and how they disagree in the other subjects, and how this information is in a dispute between different groups of people. And we are also trying to include other categories to these classification systems that has to be with argumentative patterns, for example, with appeal to credibility of refutation. So it's more about the intention of the information a little bit, and not only about what's being said there directly there. And we also trying to build this platform with explanation stuff, with linguistic and visual clues, taking into account the origin of the information and how these different groups and different people and different pieces of information are interacting with each other. So I think now I'm going to return the floor to my colleague, Tayane. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Aline. It's just to finish our presentation because I imagine we have just a few seconds to finish it. It's just illustration how we the flow of information we work on the platform. There is a search engine, and after that the user will see the targeting of the content and will interact with a bot to avoid the backfire. Well, to interact and learn more about the process we use with the artificial intelligence, and connecting it with media information literacy and storytelling to provoke a reflection about the own belief system of the user. Here it's just a prototype of this platform, and here are our recommendations. It's important to bring the human being at the center of the process, as Aline said before, and create methods to help people to have independence, knowledge, insight to better judge the information they will accept as true. But we also recognize that individual initiatives and activities have only local and limited reaches. So it's important to build and construct networks and partnership with civil society and democratic institutions as media, law, policy making, academia, education, government, NGO, and so on. Here's some references, and thank you so much for this opportunity to present our project.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Oliveira and Ellen Pace. Personally, I am excited about this project, and I'd like to hear more as in when you progress. I'll leave my email ID in the chat box. If you can keep in touch with me on the progress of the project, I'll be very happy to read it up. Thank you so much. We'll take questions after the next presentation. The next presentation is by Professor Helen Amunga from University of Nairobi. She will be talking about the need to promote a culture of peace and non-violence electioneering in Kenya through social media and artificial intelligence. Welcome, Professor Helen Amunga. Over to you for the presentation. Please go ahead, Professor Helen.
Good afternoon, all. I'm happy to be with you today, and I would like to thank the organizers of the event for giving me the opportunity to do my presentation. And I'm even more privileged to do my presentation after so many other insightful presentations that touch on what I'm also just going to present. Thank you very much, previous presenters. So my topic is on the need to promote a culture of peace and non-violence electioneering in Kenya through social media and artificial intelligence. Many sub-Saharan African countries are characterized by abject poverty, inadequate service provision, political instability, and many other things that seem to be on the negative. And this is not just unique to Africa only. I would like to acknowledge that this is happening all over the world. We see things happening in the Middle East and even in Europe. So it's not just unique to Kenya or Sub-Saharan Africa. My argument is that social media and artificial intelligence have potential to either exacerbate the conflict and or positively change this phenomenon in efforts to achieve sustainable peace in each country and the region at large and even globally. So in Kenya, we've had so many elections from the period that is covered, that is from 1992 to present. And by 2007, we had an election that resulted in so many deaths, displacements, and then we ended up at the International Criminal Court. And so immediately after that, we formed what was called the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission. And it came out with a report in 2013. And that report provides an in-depth analysis of the sources of socioeconomic and political conflict in Kenya. However, the report's recommendations have never been implemented, and it's all because of the lack of political willpower. You know, because when people are in power, especially political power, it comes with a lot of benefits, and they wouldn't like to implement the report because it touches on their livelihoods. And so, what are the general causes of political conflict? This is what I was able to pick up. People fight because they want to gain control of an existing state. Sometimes it's about the ethnic groups which are seeking greater autonomy or striving to create an independent state for themselves. In Kenya, we are ethnically diverse, and so most of the time, our social media wars are about ethnicity. Then we have the issue of failed states. And when you come to Kenya, or when you read about Kenya right now on social media, you definitely come across that phrase, failed state, that Kenya is now a failed state. And then we have the issue of where there's a lot of impoverishment, and therefore there exists no situation where individual hardships or severe dissatisfaction cannot be taken care of. So people decide to go and fight. And now those fights are done from social media, then they come to the physical space. And so there are so many actors. Matteo gives us so many actors of social media, of election violence. And they are there in the diagram. So at the center, we have the government or national army and cops. And then around it, we have the warlords, paramilitary militias, etc. I was able to just pick what applies to Kenya. I've decided what is in that diagram. And conspicuously in Kenya, you'd always find the executive, even before the election come, the executive will be, the incumbent especially would like to remain in power. So they'll come out forcefully, just trying to dislodge any other person who may want to come in. The judiciary in Kenya has also been accused of being misused, especially by the executive, because the executive has a hand in who sits on the judiciary. And then you have the parliament. Our parliamentarians openly say that, for them to pass any bill, for them to do anything, they have to be paid something. So they are bribed for them to come up with anything. So now when there is an election, everyone is fighting for their lives. Then we have the civil society groups. I would like to say that in Kenya right now, it's like the civil society groups died. When we got the multi-party democracy in 1992, we no longer really see their work. And then we have the issue of the other African countries under the AAU. When something happens in Kenya, on social media, you'll find people asking about the role of the AAU, because normally it will be very quiet. And then, just remain quiet, because whoever is in power is also related maybe to them politically. Then humanitarian bodies, we have other international partners. But at the community level, we have what we call the Nyumba Kumi, led by elders. Nyumba Kumi, Kumi is Kiswahili for 10. So in Kenya, we are supposed to know each other. If you live on a street, you count yourselves 10 people, do you know each other, so that whenever something happens, you are able to single out who is causing that trouble within your own community. And then you have to also protect each other. So then we have the residential area associations. For example, during the 2007 elections, I live in a very cosmopolitan area. And so in our area, we decided that we were not going to fight. So the men used to sleep out, taking care of all the homes in the estate. So those associations are very key. And then we have the Council of Elders, normally at the tribal level, ethnic level. So whenever something happens, they try to cool things down by talking to the leaders who come from their communities. We have professional organizations like like the Law Society of Kenya, and then we have the vigilante groups, which are also ethnically formed. And so during that period, from the 90s to 2013, a lot has happened. Initially, before 1991, we had a one-party state. So the problem that time was, can we become a multi-party democracy? And that was achieved by repeal of a section of the Constitution in 1991. And then right now we have the current constitution that among other things has been decentralized. And so we have two levels of governments, national and regional. And the issue in that constitution was that initially it was a winner take it all. So all development projects will be seen in areas that supported the current leader, all of them, even jobs in government and what have you. So now this with this constitution, we see resources at the county, what you call the county level. There are 47 counties. However, a lot of corruption is still going on. So again, back to where we were. And then the biggest issue has been the proliferation of technological innovations. We've had a lot of fiber optic cabling across the Indian Ocean. We have a lot of cheap mobile gadgets in Kenya right now. Today I was reading about Safaricom installing 5G network in Nairobi and in Western Kenya, and that will definitely have a lot of impact on our electioneering. And then we have also moved from just simple messaging when we had the introduction of mobile phones. We could only message, but now we've moved to target mass messaging. We also have a lot of audio and video communication being shared on social media. We have real-time monitoring and recording of violence and even electoral malpractices and the election itself. And so we have a lot of things going on, including the political heavyweights employing social media managers and propagandists. So at every time there is something happening just because of social media and technology. And so we've seen a gradual increase in online ethnic animosity, fake news, and misinformation. The crazy thing is that the government will always act when it's attacked. It will apply the laws. But when it's somebody from government taking out the propaganda and fake news, nothing will really happen. They'll be protected. And so there is a lot of use of government machinery. In 2013 elections, one of the electoral body employees was actually assassinated very openly. And so that is it. And then we saw a lot of police brutality. And then there has been an emboldened election rigging with the help of the electoral body and even international stakeholders, because they keep on pressurizing the opposition. Even where the common citizen sees that there is unfairness in the electoral process, the external bodies will come and say, can you concede? So because of that, we keep on, going through the same cycle of election violence. And then beside that, of course, we go through the issue of internal displaced people, loss of properties, and generally just loss of livelihoods. We've also seen an amplification of elections in Kenya for the first time in 2013, and it came with a lot of impact because the people whose win was nullified openly threatened the judiciary staff, and we saw them being handed like animals. And then we have the Computers and Cybercrime Law that just came up in 2019. However, its implementation is very selective depending on where you belong. Sometimes social media is clamped and even internet is blocked. And so generally there has been an inability of the current and previous regimes to dismantle the repressive police and military forces, because whenever there is an election, even before, they are used to intimidate and they are poured on the streets to intimidate. And therefore, we have this issue of continued economic and political instability. Currently, we have a narrative on our social media handles called the Hustler versus the Dynasty narrative, and people are already fighting 2 years before the next election. So when it comes to the issue of ethics and digital wellness in particular, the past efforts have been there, yes, but they've concentrated more in the academic context and not really on election violence or related issues. And then whenever there is an election violence, there is always that haphazard and reactionary effort by the stakeholders. So you'll see a lot of communication on mass media, telling people not to fight. You know, we are reminded that we are Kenyans because we share this and that and that and that. However, it's just some facade, and people are doing that so that they can continue keeping their positions. And so meanwhile, there is the fast mobile connectivity that continues with enhanced communication. And then the political hostilities are also just there, also enhanced by the social media and generally IT innovations. Richard and Danny remind us that understanding the specific causes behind given intrastate conflict is crucial to the effective reconstruction of the post-election or post-conflict environment. And so too is an appreciation of the environment, that is, the impacts of the conflict on the society in question. Indeed, it's only through an accurate comprehension of the challenges that face the construction effort and the threats to such efforts that any durable restoration can take place. As with the causes of conflict, the impacts of conflict are context specific. So Kenya has very, very specific issues, but some of them could also just be generalized to any other country. Our biggest issue originates from the land issue during the colonial era. So some communities were moved from away the land that previously belonged to other people. And so, you know, when you drive within Kenya, you will see land, you know, large tracts of land in some places, and you'll be told this belongs to the first family. Whereas we know that even the people who have been displaced due to election violence have never been given any piece of land, even just where to put a single roomed house. So that continues to be a very big problem in Kenya. And then the constitutions that encourage a winner take it all. We have unfair playing grounds, the incumbent. We have the perception of many ethnic groups of having been left out. Let me just emphasize that in Kenya, so far we've only had presidents from just 2 communities. And so for 50 years now, over 50 years after independence, it brings a lot of issues to play. And then we also have a very youthful and highly educated population. In Kenya, you have to go to school, you need the papers. But now this population is not being employed. I'll give an example. Sometimes back, in the 90s, if you are doing a Bachelor of Education in Kenya, you completed your university education and you got employed immediately. The same happened to doctors. At the moment, there's no cohort that comes out of university and directly gets employment through government effort. So that is a problem. Every other youth has to struggle to get employed. And so whenever there is an election coming up, the same youth are now available to be hired. They're paid maybe $1 per day, and they go and cause mayhem. And then we have ethnically skewed employment, we have police brutality, selective application of laws, and then the handshake. So after the 2017 election, the 2 heavyweights, political heavyweights, that is the opposition leader and the current president, came together. We woke up and they had what they called a handshake. They now call each other brothers. And so things have now cooled down. But on social media, we continue fighting. And so depending on where you belong, you can either be picked up because you posted something negative on social media, or you'll just be left to continue posting whatever you want to post. And therefore, collusions and blame games continue to happen among key local stakeholders. And so generally speaking, we have social media, artificial intelligence, and digital wellness, and then political electioneering issues and opportunities. So on the issues, I managed rather to pick up negative campaigns, online monitoring of perceived enemies. You know, you can monitor, you can track, and even get them killed because of AI and general social media, what they post, where they live. You are able to get all that information. And then we are also able to monitor and document violence for potential retaliation. So if I live in a place and my community is being attacked, I can always say, okay, can we also organize and go and attack the other community? And then flared ethnic animosities, fake news, misinformation, and then data mining and manipulation of voter registers and election rigging are issues that are very complex to handle. However, we have the opportunities, and for example, we can always apply these innovations in positive campaigns and voter mobilization. Ideology-based political messages can be passed across. We can also do online monitoring and documenting of violence for potential prevention and litigation and dispute resolution. we can be able to get people, we can be able to get people held responsible for participating. We can also disseminate a lot of peace building messages through the same innovations. We can do a lot of digital wellness training, as Aline and her co-author have told us. It is possible. And we can also be able to even track funding for violence, because violence doesn't just happen. Normally in Kenya, somebody will be funding those perpetrators. So because we have a very vibrant mobile money innovation called M-Pesa, we can easily track the people who are funding such things. And so in my recommendations, generally it's just a complex issue. And so we cannot treat social media, AI, and digital wellness in isolation of everything else that is happening around it. And therefore we need to implement the TJRC. However, it brings an ethical dilemma because of the people who are mentioned, because it's all about the land and who did what those years. And the same people are still in power, and the same people have to protect their properties. They have to protect each other. And therefore, if there is also fair implementation of laws, we need to be proactive in whatever we are doing. And then we also need to deal with international perpetrators. For example, the Cambridge Analytica company, it's a commercial venture, yes, they wanted money, yes, but why put a country into such conflict just because you are being paid, to do some dirty job online? So we need enhanced application of social media by stakeholders as a peace building tool within communities. This is one of my strongest points. I believe that we can be able to use our local cultural heritage sites and artifacts, because in Kenya, every community has unique culture, it has a unique language, and then they have their own artifacts. And so you just need to identify what brings that community together, and then let the other communities also just participate and appreciate the other culture, so that we can live as one big family. This is very much possible. And then fast conflict resolution mechanisms at the community level, because most of the time that's where it starts. The neighbors are abusing each other, then things flare up. One kills the other, and then the others come and retaliate, and that is it. And then we also need a lot of enhanced context-specific civic education, integrated digital wellness components for local communities. As I've said, the civic society organizations have gone to sleep. Why? Because most of them are now being picked by the government to work for the government. And so it's like we do not have. So it's now upon us, the citizens, probably to take up such initiatives and see what we can do. We also need to advocate for ideology-based election campaign messages. In Kenya right now, there's no ideology. It's about my person. It's about when my person is at the top, my community will benefit. So that is it. And then sufficient legal and peace-building frameworks are also lacking. And then we need functional autonomy and independence of relevant governance agencies and commissions. So that is my recommendations. And in conclusion, I'm just saying that the use of social media, AI, and any other technological innovations for peace building in communities should be complementary to other efforts. Because even if you use social media and AI and any other innovation for peace building without bringing on board other underlying factors, you may not really gain a lot. So that is my emphasis there. And so we are saying that civic education bodies need to collaborate with other stakeholders on developing sustained digital wellness content relevant for the period before, during, and after an election, so that we don't wait to react to a violent scenario. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Professor Vasuki, your microphone is closed.
Oh, I'm really sorry. Really sorry. Thank you so much for that presentation, Professor Amunga. Asante sana. We still have about 7 minutes for the break. And the floor is now open for questions. Please feel free to ask your questions to any of the two panelists, please.
I posted a question in the chat for the first session.
Okay. Yeah. The question is to Professor Oliveira. It was a good session. We should invest in systems to recognize and reward good actors over bad actors. Finally, forgery detection and authenticity detection and authenticity infrastructure can help, but more traditional journalism and fact-checking is the need of the hour. Basically meaning the input should be AI, but the output should be with human intervention. Professor Oliveira.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this question, Professor Anil. I think it's a really good point, and I totally agree that we needed to about the importance of human intervention as the output of information and the interaction with people. But we have just to complexify a little bit this defense of the journalism and the fact-checking agencies and fact-checking tools as a way to manifest the human intervention. We have some problems with this perspective. One of them is as we have been observing, and many researchers show us that there is increasing of scepticism on science. We also have been observing the increasing of the distrust in media, especially on journalism. Also, people do not trust in fact-checking tools, especially when they come from media, when they are created by the media companies, because they have a previous belief system that distrust in this model, in this company, distrusting media and press and journalism. So we have the problem of the confidence here in this defense of fact-checking and journalism as a way to provide this human intervention. But also we have another problem, and I think maybe this is more complex and it is involve a issue related to ethics in media. So ethics from the journalist. The journalism, it's not impartial. And it's not neutral, and it's not objective. They use this model, the Anglo-American model of doing journalism, of doing news, as a way to legitimate themselves as epistemic authority. So if we defend the journalism and the fact-checking agencies and fact-checking tools as a way to promote this intervention, this human intervention, we are legitimating them as epistemic authority. And I am not sure how it works in many countries, but we have a long, huge trajectory of this participating this impact of the journalism in our politics. For example, the journalism support the dictatorship, military dictatorship during the 60s, and support also the impeachment of the former president Dilma Rousseff, saying, accusing her to be corrupted. Even all the law, all the justice showed that she was not involved with a corruption process. So we cannot just use the discourses in defense of the journalism without discuss the importance and the urgency to talk about the ethics in journalism, and also the ethics on fact-checking tools. I'm not sure if I was clear and if I could answer this question of Professor Anil.
Professor Anil?
Yeah, the point which I was trying to tell is that I live in a country where it is multilingual. You have many languages. For example, I live in a place where my language is spoken by 60 million people. And what is good here is what is could be disrespectful in the other if you just cross 100 miles away from my home. So most of the fake news originates from the vernacular languages more than the English. So in that perspective, if you would like to understand the emotions and perceptions, I think there is a requirement for a human intervention to come out with the final conclusion. That is my say.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Anil. Any other questions for the panelists? Yes, Professor Shiv Prasad.
I think Dr. Helen's presentation was very interesting because that the processes are similar in many countries. In fact, what you find even in the United States, you can see how different states within different states within US are trying to do voter suppression using AI and the social media and others. So it is nothing to do with whether they're advanced countries or developing and least developed countries. The processes are similar. State when it wants to control, then how can you protect the people? Because people are to dance to the tunes of the state, and state dictates. And it brings in laws in such a way that majority of the people cannot.
Answer of future passions of all region.
So that's my this thing.
I know that I'm
regulate. This is what my point.
Dr.
Hello.
This is not a
Yeah.
question.
Professor Helen, you want to respond to Professor Shiv Prasad?
Yeah, just a brief comment. Yeah, it's a very complex scenario. And that's why I in the conclusion, I'm saying that, the, ethics permeates all those things. And so it's a dilemma. So where do we start from? We can't just sit there. So we start from somewhere, and then we move on to bringing the citizens on board and let them know that, this is the good thing about elections. However, we need to be peaceful. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Dr. Helen, this
Thank
is not
you.
a question, but a small observation. I think you are aware of Verificado. I mean, India and Mexico are no countries which are very different from Kenya. Everybody has the same ecosystem, political systems especially. So I think Verificado is a project which Mexican people have done it, election fact checking. And I can send you the presentation, complete overall how they've done it. Also, India has done something very similar called Checkpoint. That is also, fighting fake news against elections. I'll send you both these decks to you. I think that will help you to build your system better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's a bold session.
Sunil.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Oliveira, Ellen Pace, and Professor Helen Amunga for the wonderful presentations. And thank you everybody for your questions. We seem to be right on time to hand over to Professor Prabhakar. Over to you, Professor Prabhakar, for the next session.
Thank you, Professor Vasuki, for chairing the session. I also thank Oliveria and also Helen for their wonderful presentations. And let us take 5 minutes break and reassemble again after 5 minutes. Okay? Just 5 minutes.
Absolutely.
విలువరయ్యా
ఇప్పుడు తైవాన్ అంటే మళ్ళీ అవి కూడా చేస్తుంది.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Let us start our final sixth academic session for today before the valediction. This session is on malicious use of artificial intelligence, challenging international psychological security, with the academic support of the International Research Group of Specialists on threats to international psychological security through malicious use of artificial intelligence. This session will be chaired by Evgeny Pashintsov and Daria Bazarkina. Please, the floor is to both of you.
Okay. Hello. Thank you.
Hello.
And nice to meet you. I'm very glad to be invited to be co-chair of this roundtable, and we Research MUA group would stress the sharpness of the problem of the malicious use of artificial intelligence, because in the context of today's conference, speaking about ethics, we academicians, practitioners, etc., should take into account that not every actor on the of the world politics and international relations behaves ethically. And to begin our today's event, I would like to introduce my co-chair, Professor Evgeny Pashintsov.
Thanks, Daria. It's a great pleasure for you to continue with all us to be here. It's a very important day for all us because perhaps after very interesting performances on the ethics of artificial intelligence, we need to understand how to counteract unethical behavior using artificial intelligence. It's very important. I want to stress from the very beginning, from the name of our international group, Research MUA, that counteraction against MUA is very important, and Russia, together with foreign specialists, is going on starting projects, large grant projects up to $1-2 million in studies internationally, these very important questions. And from the very beginning, I want to invite all interesting scholars to cooperate with us if you have some interest. Now about my topic. So just a moment, I want to switch on my PowerPoint presentation. Okay.
Just a moment.
Full slide regime, yes. Okay. So we'll start here.
Is it okay with the
everybody
slides?
With us? Everything, no problems. Okay, thanks a lot. The rising role of artificial intelligence and agenda setting. Agenda setting, first of all, it's about the influence of news media nowadays in different political events. It's a very important question, and the research is going on. Now, what about the role of the artificial intelligence? It's great. The algorithms are present now in the collection, processing, analysis of information, storytelling, making images, films, interpreting, and news distribution in all areas of agenda setting. And thus, malicious use of artificial intelligence based on agenda setting is very dangerous. What factors favorable for malicious use of AI in agenda setting? First of all, global crisis, decline of democratic institutions, acute geopolitical competition, separation of interests of dominant groups from national interests and socially oriented models of development, high level of the development of AI technologies. So, and the ability of the appropriate infrastructure. So these are the main factors which are favorable for MUA nowadays. and key issue for identification of malicious use of AI threats, who, in whose interests, and for what, not declared by true purposes, and in which way uses AI and agenda setting. For us, it's very interesting and important to give answers on these questions. So we have to stress that anti-democratic regimes will focus on the entire set of AI technologies and agenda setting on keeping the population under their control. And democratic regimes in countries with large economic, political, military potential, they can go even on aggression against other people, thereby turning the agenda setting into an important element of hybrid warfare. Selfish interest to make money by all means can turn global information resources, not least social networks, into a dangerous, malicious use AI tool. So, and because of the cheapness of AI technologies nowadays, it's very important to stress that nowadays small, technological, selfish, high-level technological groups with selfish interests or even simple terrorist organizations can organize new type of terrorist activities or selfish egoistic activities through agenda setting against their national interests in different countries and synchronize these activities on international level. Okay. So high-tech agenda setting can be a tool for, first of all, control society by antisocial authorities, public influence in the hands of competing dominant antisocial factions of a particular country, interstate or inter-corporate confrontation. We can remember the deranking of Russian RT or the so-called vexing wars in the current evident example. Achieving the goals of various criminal organizations and symmetric warfare is also possible. So at the same time, it's important for all social-oriented forces to study the potential of malicious use AI capabilities to give answers, not only to raise questions. Several days ago, I read this and want to cite this fragment, the initial version I got several months ago, but now I got this document with the help of my French colleague in the last moment, and I include in my presentation. Here's a quotation. AI-enabled malign informational campaigns will not just send one powerful message to a million people like 20th century propaganda. They also will send a million individualized messages on the basis of detailed understanding of targets' digital lives. So it's the final report, National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence. I agree absolutely with what is being said in this document, with only one very important thing. It's not the future, it's nowadays. How we can prove this? We started with a small experiment, just 1 hour before the starting of this conference. Have a look, please. Yahoo News, the main page. It's my main page. I'm interested in international relations and international security. And this is the main page of Daria, which is more interested in special resources and the terrorist activities. We looked through these pages at one and the same moment is the screens. And you see the greatest difference between these pages, because the first one, sorry, just I come back, the full screen. Just a moment. So this, the first page, you can find, it's my research, but I'm interested in international relations, and all these items are on international relations, with all items on Russia, North Korea, China, the front page, but with all only negative information about these countries. Why is it so? Not because I'm Russophobic or Chinaphobic. No, it's because the algorithm in Yahoo News put high rankings to the sources of information which are very negative to Russia. It's not one person who controls me. It's algorithm control us. And I want to find the objective information, but if I'm a researcher, I can do it. But if on my place is a student, which is for the first time looking at international resources, he'll be circulated by this piece of information. And here, Yahoo.com search, malicious campaign against a Russian vaccine Sputnik. I try to find, and I tried to find this information and asked, malicious campaign against Russian vaccine Sputnik. All the answers are about Russian propaganda using Sputnik. Or Sputnik is very negative, and it's about the vaccine, which is very popular and necessary in all the world. Why is it so? Once again, the ranking algorithm, they give only high rankings to the information ranked by the sources of information, which are very negative to Sputnik. This is the work of algorithms just now, not in future. That's why many saw conflicts with the networks, not only in Russia, in China, in India, as far as I know, but in the USA itself. So we need to solve this problem. Decline of democratic institutions, the rapid progress of AI technologies is the main threat. Because it's impossible to see the progress in the fight against the malicious use of artificial intelligence, having the progress in artificial intelligence, and at the same time, the decline of the democratic institutions. So to counteract these negative tendencies, firstly, through the victory of socially oriented development models, outside of these general contexts, all partial successes against malicious use of artificial intelligence, for example, carried out by individual criminal groups, will only strengthen the technological capabilities of psychological control by the regional authorities. Secondly, by using artificial intelligence to detect and neutralize perception management campaigns and thereby neutralize the actions of antisocial forces. So we need to be capable in this, not only theoretical good speeches against the malicious use of artificial intelligence, but it's necessary to involve in the usage of artificial intelligence, not only by technical specialists, it's not enough, but by humanitarians, social sciences specialists, who can find themselves in collaboration with technical sciences specialists to give answers, the right answers, to the very important hot issues of the day. And thirdly, through a close symbiosis of artificial intelligence and humans in order to develop the physical, intellectual, and moral capabilities and qualities of the latter, which will seriously complicate the problems the problems of the attacks of psychological security. To defend psychological security, not changing ourselves, it's impossible. Therefore, I've coming to the end recommendations. First, form at the national and international levels scientific, analytical, and monitoring centers for the detection of threats of malicious use of artificial intelligence in agenda setting and the development of recommendations for neutralization of such threats, including detection neutralization using artificial intelligence. It is too naive to consider that it is possible to fight against the MWAE without artificial intelligence, because it's a very good tool to stop aggressive propaganda if we be capable in artificial intelligence tools. Provide all possible organization, financial and political support to proactive international interdisciplinary teams of specialists conducting research on MWAE threats to the psychological security of people and society. On the national level only, it's impossible in the international virtual internet space to stop MWAE. And the last, hold an international scientific and practical interdisciplinary conference on social international risks of agenda setting based on AI technologies. These are my recommendations. Thank you for your attention. And my last, I want to attract your attention to the conference where we are going to meet in Lisbon, the 18th, 19th November, mini-track on the malicious use of artificial intelligence, new challenges for democratic institutions, political stability. those colleagues who will be interested to take part in the discussion, you're welcome to address to me like chair of this mini track. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Evgeny. And now I would like to give a floor to our colleague from Romania, Dr. Marius Văcăreanu. Good day, Marius. The floor is yours. You're welcome, please.
Hello, Privet. Yeah, I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to be with our colleagues from India, from Russia, from all over the world. I have just a short time. We have an arrangement. Yeah, we are talking some minutes. And before everything, I need before my presentation, I need to remind to the people who don't know, or to announce to the people who don't know, that basically I'm a lawyer. I teach my students constitutional law and administrative law. So somehow part of my ideas are settled, are mentally settled by the legal system. I have a short presentation. You can see it, and just a second. You see it or not?
Yes, we see.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So it's a presentation. It's a presentation of ideas due to lack of time, and it's not something like I want to read. I want to underline also that we are in the country of Kautilya, of the famous author of Arthashastra, one of the famous and one of the first books about political sciences. And it means that we are in a country with a huge tradition of politics, and it's very important for us, for people from Europe, to know better, because in this globalized world, Europe is not alone, and being not alone, we must know the practices from every country, because we can learn a lot. Wisdom is not European. Wisdom belongs to everyone. And you see, politics being an art of possible. The problem is of limits of possible concept, because possible is something from a politician, but possible is something different from a lawyer. In the law science, you have always some limits. In the law science, you have some behavior which is accepted and some behavior is not accepted. Artificial intelligence inside this possible concept, it's very interesting, because artificial intelligence, in fact, can be something very accepted by the legal science, but it cannot be accepted by the real regulation, because we must also have a separation between science and regulations. Regulations are made by politicians. Regulations are always made according with their interest, and sometimes their interests are not always very tolerant. Sometimes their interests are much more open to what can I say, to any tools on politics, because there is a separation between what citizens want from politics and what politician wants from politics. Politicians dream, in fact, to the perfect politician, to the perfect statement. A citizen dream to a perfect king. You know, this kind of fairy tales is always, you know, the good person is always winning, but the good person is good in governance, is good with people, is good with his family. The reality of today is quite different, and practice is something in politics today that must underline a thing. In the last 10 years, especially 10 years, the rule of law and democracy, and be careful, rule of law is first, democracy is second. The rule of law practice in all over the world decrease. Now in all the ranks, we have almost 125 countries with great decrease in rule of law in the last decade, and 125 countries from 190, it's more than 2/3. So it's too much. Politicians are politicians really citizens? In fact, are politicians citizens in their dreams, or are just politicians who dream for power? Because dreaming for power means dreaming for achieving power, dreaming for exercising power, and dreaming to protect and to preserve their powers, even to their children. It's very important because, you know, we have some studies who underline that the most successful politicians are quite psychopaths, are quite complicated from the mental point of view. And we know, unfortunately, we don't have, in many countries, in fact, in almost all countries, we don't have a real legal level of examination to become a politician. We can have schools to be a politicians. We can have schools to prepare politicians. My university is something that's officially it's a school who create national politicians. It's not very, but this is the model. It was created from a French famous novel, French famous model, ENA, École Nationale d'Administration, National School of Administration. But learning to be a politician is not it's just something to learn to rule, more or less, but to rule in a politic way, and sometimes to rule in administrative and economic way, but not learning and to adapt to the new technologies. And you know, these kind of elections are today, you know, are quite fast, 3, 4, 5 years, force politicians to act always, to be always in a political campaign. And to be always in a political campaign means to use any tools. That's why I said artificial intelligence is a tool just for politics. It means it's a tool just for politics, because of course artificial intelligence have multiple possibilities to be used. But it's not just like this. Artificial intelligence, if it helps the power, if it helps to achieve the power, it means it will become in many positions. It will be seen by anyone just like a tool of politicians, and it's a danger because artificial intelligence, if it's well connected, if it's well managed, it's something who can be very useful for us. But if artificial intelligence will be considered by the people, by general people, by normal citizens, by large categories of citizens, just or a specific instrument, a specific tool of politics, it will be not very good for artificial intelligence, because in that moment it will be considered just a weapon of politics. And you know, in many countries, a lot of people said politics is dirty. Politics it smell. Yeah. Artificial intelligence also, it's something very important because artificial intelligence is developing now and it becomes more perfection, and in this kind of more perfection means more money to introduce. It means that the countries, the politicians, the party who have much more money to introduce inside this kind of artificial intelligence tools will have more strength inside internal political game. And having more power inside internal political game, it means in many times it means just the possibility to violate the morality in politics. It means that politics can be just a part of a game, but a game which is kept without limits, without moral limits, and artificial intelligence can be the main hit, the main strike of the winners. And let's say if we have 3 categories of artificial intelligence, and the highest level of artificial intelligence can be considered having its own conscience. It means maybe in a few years, let's say, artificial intelligence will be able to stop the politicians' behavior, to be something like this, to have its own development against politicians who try to violate the morality. Let's say it's something like a dream. You have to have the power of morality strengthened not just by legal mechanisms but also by artificial intelligence. And in the last 10 years, it appeared in many countries the right to internet. The right to internet means transformation of politics. Transformation of politics being everywhere. Transformation of politics means also that we are victims of political games in every place, just having a smartphone. Professor Pashentsev showed to us that interesting news about North Korea. It's a news of today. But who knows what kind of news we'll have tomorrow or day after tomorrow. So you are not, let's say that if you have a smartphone, now you are a victim of internet, more or less. We have more than 4 billion people on worldwide who use internet. This is more than 50% of our population, of our planet. It's a bit, not say too much, but it means it's influencing too much our relations. And if it's too much internet, we forgot the real human wisdom. We forgot the real books. Our wisdom was created and was settled thousands of years by reading books, by a slow level, a slow speed of reading, a slow level of thinking. Now it's just superficial artificial intelligence, just superficial internet. And in this case, if you want to attack a country, first, not attack internet, just electricity, because without electricity, even the most powerful technology is not working. So what kind of politics we can have on those moments, those hours when electricity is failed? This is my question. And as you see, thank you for your attention in many languages, according with Romanian national flag, blue, yellow, and red. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marius.
Welcome.
So please use the tools to ask questions beforehand. It's very good to prepare for answer questions. So Konstantin Pantserev, St. Petersburg University, is the existing practice of malicious use of artificial intelligence sub-Saharan Africa. We hope that not only Russians will discuss this question, but maybe some representatives of Africa add something during the discussion to this point of view. Konstantin, you're welcome. Yeah, we see you.
Konstantin, unfortunately, it's some problems with sound.
Yeah.
You are unmuted, but we cannot hear you.
Okay.
No?
Yes?
Yes, it's better.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And what about my presentation? Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes, we see.
Okay.
Okay. That's good. Just a moment.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, just a moment.
You can start.
So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Konstantin Pantserev, and my current presentation will be devoted to the existing practice of malicious use of AI in sub-Saharan Africa. For almost 2 decades, sub-Saharan African countries have been making significant efforts to ensure the rapid development of their ICT industries. But on their way to the information society, those countries faced a number of serious difficulties, most important of which being a huge digital gap between developed nations and African ones. African countries did not establish an appropriate financial and technological base sufficient for the creation of well-developed and self-reliant African information and communication space. Thus, they are still depending from Western technological solutions. In order to reduce their technological dependence from Western nations, African countries are trying to conduct their own researches at the field of advanced technologies and even trying to create an appropriate ecosystem. For example, there is already functioning in Ashanti, the Ashanti Technology Park in Ghana, and there are under construction the appropriate technoparks in Kenya, Senegal, Rwanda, Ethiopia. So here you just can see screenshots from the official sites of appropriate technoparks. Besides, both Kenya and Nigeria have already started realizing a number of startups which are using advanced technologies. Kenya, for example, suggested 2 AI-based online services. One is called the Farm Drive, and the second one is called SafiBot, which represents a special technological platform by the aid of which any user can ask a question concerning sexual and reproductive health. Nigeria, another regional leader at the field of ICT, also has started implementing AI technologies in the everyday life of ordinary Nigerians. Thus, they have launched a technological platform Kudi.ai in the year 2017, and this platform represents a chatbot which is based on AI algorithms. Its main task is to be an assistant in the financial sphere and help when processing payments and money transfer. Another chatbot by the name Lara, which has been launched on the March 5th, 2017, represents an intelligent system which gives an opportunity to plot a route by providing detailed text instructions and determining the price of the trip. Based on the facts stated above, it's possible to conclude that a number of African countries pay increased attention for domestic researchers in the field of the development of advanced technologies, and they've already started using the technologies in the daily life of their citizenry. But the problem is that all technological novelties that should simplify our lives can be used for malicious intent. Discussing sub-Saharan African countries, it's necessary to point out that those states are already suffering from cyber attacks of different kind: phishing, DOS attacks, data theft, and etc. The last point gives us an opportunity to conclude that when developing the ICT sector of this or that particular country, it's necessary to think about the ensuring of the information security of the entire country and its citizenry. According to official data, the total loss due to cybercrime across Africa amounted to $3.5 billion. The largest amount of damage was caused to Nigeria and amounted to $649 million. According to this indicator, Kenya is in the second place. The total amount of damage in Kenya is $210 million. South Africa is closing the top 3 with a damage total of $157 million. The further analysis of statistics show that African banks are most vulnerable to cyber attacks. Their share in the total number of cyber attacks is 23%. Then follow government bodies of different levels, e-commerce, mobile-based transactions, and telecommunications. And the use of AI-based technologies opens a wide range of possibilities for plotters and gives them the possibility to go through any cyber defense. Thanks to advanced technologies, plotters can hide malicious codes in official secure applications, affect voice or visual authentication, put devices under their control by the use of private keys, organize intelligent attacks of a system or network, and simulate reliable system components. Discussing African countries, one of the most large-scale cyber attacks has happened in the year 2017, when personal data of millions of South Africans, both dead and alive, has been leaked on the internet. And this is just one example. The number of cyber threats is growing in unprecedented speed in Africa. Thus, Kenya has faced with the more than 26 million of cyber threats just in 3 months, from April to June of the year 2019. Unfortunately, we don't have statistics whether those cyber attacks were with the use of AI technologies or not, but the number of cyber attacks in a short period of time is noteworthy. To my opinion, this may be due to the growth of digital banking in Africa. As it has been shown above, the banking sector still remains the most targeted industry. The problem is complicated by the fact that Africa's digital infrastructure is ill-equipped to manage the continent's growing cybersecurity risk, and more than 60% of African enterprises don't train their staff in the field of cybersecurity. To this should be added the fact that more than 90% of big African companies spend less than $10,000 on different cybersecurity issues and are operating below cybersecurity poverty level. Thus, African countries become very attractive for cybercriminals of any kind. As an example, I'd like to show the cyber attack of the Equity Bank in Rwanda. This bank is a pioneer in Africa in the field of online and mobile banking, with the technology which links together banking and telephony. That's why it has become so attractive to cyber criminals. In this regard, there has been created a criminal syndicate, and they've tried to hack the bank system, but they failed, and they have been arrested by the Rwandan police. The police were able to prove the involvement of these people in such attacks in Kenya and Uganda. The above stated facts show that cybersecurity issues become key points in matters of ensuring the national security of African countries. That's why a number of African countries become paying increased attention for the ensuring of their information security. Thus, in Eastern Africa, Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda undertake attempts on the reduction of cybercrimes. For example, they have been arrested more than 130 hackers and fraudsters in the beginning of the year 2019 in Kenya. But despite all those measures, there is observed the rapid growth of cybercrimes in Africa, and financial losses due to such crimes represent a serious threat not only for the region of Eastern Africa, but for the entire continent. That's why a number of African countries start working on ensuring their information security. But it's become evident that it is impossible to solve this problem only by the implementation of different governmental restrictive measures. It is a complicated problem, so it is necessary to attract all stakeholders, which include representatives of different governmental bodies, top managers of the biggest enterprises, representatives of banking sector, and organize an effective.
3 minutes. 3 minutes, please.
Thus, in order to achieve that goal, there has been created the Special African Information Society Association. This association has been established in the year 2006. And on this slide, you can see the goal of this association. But after more than 10 years of the existence of this association, one can find more or less remarkable results of its activity, and the content of its website remain very poor. In the year 2014 in Malabo, there had been undertaken another attempt to elaborate the joint vision of African countries on cybersecurity issues. the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection has been adopted. The appearance of this document should be considered as an important event which proves that African countries understand that they should elaborate joint mechanism aimed on the stop of the further distribution of the cybercrime. But at the same time, the process of the signing and the ratification of the convention shows that there are a number of serious contradictions between different African countries on the matter of the organization of cybersecurity. As of today, the convention has been signed by 14 African countries and ratified only by 8. It is a remarkable fact that Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa, regional leaders in the field of ICT, abstained the signing of the convention. Therefore, the convention is still unable to enter into force because not less than 15 African countries should ratify it. Thus, nowadays, the convention can be considered only as a program document which determines the most important streams of cooperation in the information field. To my opinion, this shows that supranational institutions don't work well in Africa.
Konstantin, 1 minute only.
Yeah, thank you. In this regard, it is the Information Security Society of Africa, Nigeria, which has been able to achieve a relative success and become a real platform for collaboration and exchange of ideas by all stakeholders. And to conclude, it is necessary to point out a few important things. Sub-Saharan African countries are going on suffering by cybercrimes, which at the age of AI and smart societies become more intelligent and difficult to detect. The problem of cybercrimes should be considered as a common problem of all African countries, which impacts their sustainable development. African countries have undertaken a number of efforts aimed on the elaboration of joint vision on the countering cybercrimes, but all attempts on the elaboration of supernatural national regulatory frameworks, which would take to the account interests of the vast majority of African countries on that issue, have failed. That fact shows that African countries have a number of serious contradictions which impede the establishment of the mutually beneficial cooperation, even on such crucial matter as the cybersecurity is. But until that happens, it seems unlikely that African countries will come any closer to solving the problem of ensuring the cybersecurity. Thank you for your attention.
Konstantin. And we would like to give a floor to our next presenter. Please, Dr. Pierre-Emmanuel Thoman. You're welcome.
Hello, do you hear me?
Chairperson.
Yeah. Do you hear me well?
Yeah, we hear.
We hear.
Oui. Do you see my PowerPoint?
We see.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Right. So thank you first for the invitation. It's really always a pleasure to share my ideas with you. And I'm gonna focus in this group on the EU main policies on paradigms regarding artificial intelligence and its ability to anticipate new geopolitical challenges. So first of all, I will focus on just a few definitions. I think we are facing a great power geopolitical rivalry, which is gonna be increased. And the danger is, of course, the use of artificial intelligence in this great power context. And there are classified two levels of threats of mutual malicious use of artificial intelligence. There is a more systemic and strategic use of artificial intelligence, and also a more tactical dimension. If I focus more on these two dimensions, on the tactical level, it has been already researched quite largely and mentioned in this conference. computational propaganda, artificial intelligence on algorithms, also deep fakes, fake profiles. And they can be used by states or criminal groups to target in some situations.
Switch on your slideshow. Switch on your slideshow because it's a bit complicated to see. Artificial intelligence as a geopolitical instrument.
Yes, you see it now? Do you see it?
It's very small letters. Only the title, artificial intelligence. Oh, okay, it's better a bit.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So these are the tactical level, but also the strategic level. I think it's quite more interesting in this context of great power competition. This is what I call digital colonization, because some countries more and more will master artificial intelligence more than others, and there will be a new hierarchy of power in the world. Also, there are many new programs, what we call GEOINT. This is geospatial intelligence programs, where countries will be able to gather a lot of data on territory, and of course countries who won't have or won't master this technology won't be able to control their own territory. And this GEOINT technology is already used on the military battlefields. You've got also the extraterritorial laws on data, which can be considered as digital imperialism, because artificial intelligence is based on also the power of AI is based on a collection of data, which is the fuel of artificial intelligence, and also censorship in favor of geopolitical or political models. And we have seen that Mr. Trump was suspended from social networks, but this can be generalized much more in social networks programs, this sort of approach. And also, if a country controls all social media, they can, in algorithm, eliminate all alternative views to its own geopolitical priorities. So I'm not going to enter into details of all these methods, but I will pass on now on what is the position of European Union regarding this situation. When you read the papers of European Union on artificial intelligence, actually it doesn't focus that much on malicious use of artificial intelligence. It focuses much more on a very specific type of malicious use, which is a safety and liability aspect of artificial intelligence, because of course the European Union is not a military alliance, and its main purpose is to manage artificial intelligence in the internal market. And this is why they focus on this aspect. And of course, there are many documents at EU, so it's quite difficult to understand what their strategy, because you have European Parliament, the European Commission, the European Council, and also the 27 different member states, Europol, and also all different agencies we are dealing with a subject. And it's quite difficult to know what is the central strategy of European Union. But if you try to see the underlying strategy of European Union, I would say they consider that the battle of the battle of collecting data for artificial intelligence is already lost regarding the predominant position of the United States or China. And their motivation, their underlying logic is that they will focus on ethical, democratic, and human rights standards in artificial intelligence, because the calculation is that developers, manufacturers, and citizens will more and more use European Union based on fabricated artificial intelligence tools in order to be protected and under these human rights standards and in competition with United States and China. But what is the weakness? The weaknesses of this EU paradigm. Although I think it's a good approach, it's useful to approach artificial intelligence in terms of ethics, but is not enough. The problem is the EU is positioning itself more as a neutral regulator and not as a power. And so it doesn't focus on what I mentioned before, on the aspect of strategic malicious use of artificial intelligence, which is related to questions of sovereignty. And also, if EU focuses on ethics, how can it work if you are in an open system where geopolitical competition prevails? Because the paradigm of EU is also to operate in an open society, open model, and other competitors of European Union doesn't respect these rules, and EU doesn't have the power to enforce them at world level. Also, EU cannot have technological national champions because it's not a nation. So the different member states have tried each to have their own national champions, and they have difficulties to have EU power to compete with US and China. Also, there is a dispute in this regard with United States because there is a collection of data, and the European Union is negotiating with United States in order to keep, to manage, not to let personal data go to United States, but the discussions are very difficult and still going on. And how can EU, promote an ethical approach to artificial intelligence, and at the same time in being sovereign, if all GAFA are all US based, clouds, on the Clouds Act of the US also, the US companies, even if they are based in European Union, they can transfer data for US authorities, extraterritorial laws, and NSA backdoors. And this, of course, will be also a problem regarding the increasing power of China in the world. In that case, the General Data Protection Regulation is these laws to protect citizens, but they never arrive to a common agreement, the US, because it's always invalidated by EU Court of Justice. So what is the EU response, however? There is a EU Commissioner Thierry Breton who said that since European Union lost the first digital revolution, they will maybe put emphasis on the exploitation of industrial data and for artificial intelligence. But however, what is the problem of this approach as well is that we are noticing, we are witnessing a desindustrialization of Europe, especially in south of Europe. If there are no more industry in European Union, at least in part of the European Union, it's going to be difficult to arrive to this strategy. Also, there is a fundamental ambiguity of European Union in fight against geopolitical malicious use of artificial intelligence. And there is a very interesting report on European Parliament, which touches the problem of polarization of use of technology in political campaigns and communication. And they mention artificial intelligence as being an ambiguous tool in this respect. And this was in European Parliament and not at the European Commission. But on this report, they mention, as I said, that there is a danger of political polarization. But at the same time, in this report, they exclusively accuse, other powers.
Like 1 minute, like 1 minute in your disposal. Keep it in mind.
Yes, they accuse only Russia and China to being the bad guys in artificial intelligence of political polarization. So European Union is positioning itself, although it promotes ethics and more sovereignty, in the great power fight in a non-neutral way. So my recommendations about this approach is combine. I think it's good to combine human-centric approach, but it must be also geared to more balance of power on global alliances to fight mutual malicious use of artificial intelligence. And also what is important is to support international cooperation under international organizations on forward-looking threat assessments and mapping of artificial intelligence threat landscapes, and support to projects using artificial intelligence also to counter malicious use of artificial intelligence. Thank you. I finished there.
Thanks a lot, Pierre, for your very interesting presentation. Now it's a pleasure for me to give a floor to Professor Daria Bazarkina, Russian Presidential Academy of National Economy and Public Administration, with her topic on UI and terrorist communication, future threats. Yes, let's have a look in future.
Thank you, Evgeny. And could you help me with time limits, please?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, it's my weakness, unfortunately. Do you see my presentation?
Yeah, do you hear?
Да,
yes.
Да.
Okay,
thank
let's
you.
Go.
After the military defeat of so-called Islamic State in Syria, this organization goes deep underground, and it affected the very nature of the organization itself. The expanding and developing hierarchical structures that the quasi-state built on the occupied territory are again replaced by a predominantly network structure, in which communication in virtual space, for example, between cells, between recruiter and recruit, between the sympathizers, etc., plays a key role. And with the decline of the combat power of the organization, it's a transition to the asymmetrical warfare, and target audience of such organizations, not only IS but Al-Qaeda, etc., changes, and target audience is mainly lone wolf terrorists or sympathizers. And there are initiatives in the terrorist propaganda to conduct the to lone wolf to conduct the terrorist attacks in the countries of their presence. In the recent years, taking into account the convergence of terrorism and cybercrime, we can notice that in recent years, an increased volume of propaganda material inciting lone actors to conduct various types of arson attacks was noted, and the suggested methods included, for example, drones, unmanned aerial vehicles, or balloon-borne devices, etc. Thus, with the decline of the organization, it's a transition from direct armed clashes to attacks in which the performer is removed from the object. Transactions with cryptocurrencies were detected, appeared to cater more for the requirements of isolated cells or individuals present, for example, in Europe. With the help of cryptocurrencies, terrorists make purchases on the darknet where their propaganda is also distributed. And it's advisable to discuss scenarios of not only IS or Al-Qaeda, but of other terrorist groups, attacks using advanced technologies and AI, in particular, both for physical destruction of the victim and for intimidating citizens and government structures in order to promote political solutions that benefit terrorists. Terrorist attack in which the perpetrator is at a safe distance, but targeting important infrastructure, for example, large factories, military facilities, etc., can have, with the help of artificial intelligence, unfortunately, can have a more shocking effect. By the way, this shocking effect can change the very methods of terrorist activity and propaganda concepts. And taking into account the cheapness, the widespreading of artificial intelligence technologies, we can build a scenario of the future in which reducing the number of suicide bombers and leaving the image of the victim in the background before the image of an inevitably successful action will be the main point of terrorist propaganda in future. And unfortunately, this kind of propaganda in which the success, technological predominance and technological power exists and is stressed, this propaganda can tempt more hesitant people to join the terrorists. Terrorist attacks can become less dangerous for perpetrator, and unfortunately, the propaganda based on AI image can be more attractive. And unfortunately, facing the cheapness of AI, the number of terrorist attacks, on my view, it will rise. It's important considering in more details how, for example, artificial intelligence can change the terrorist recruitment mechanism. A traditional human recruiter has always needed to needed time to get to know a potential recruit better. And a recruiter always starts in social media, in forums, etc., a conversation with the potential recruit from a number of personal questions, whether a potential recruit, potential victim has a desire to get married, for women, for example. Problems in the professional sphere, have the victim of recruitment permanent job place, workplace, etc. And a recruiter spend this time for finding out the victim's vulnerabilities. After that, the recruiter promises to the victim exactly what he or she lacks in life: happiness in the family, stability, recognition, professional growth, the realization of abilities, and many many things which the recruited person desires. As the way to all this, of course, is indicated by joining a terrorist organization. Today, the capabilities of artificial intelligence are rapidly growing, not only in tracking digital traces of a person, and nowadays terrorists already traced their victims, for example, politicians, using narrow AI tools. AI capabilities are growing in the construction of content. For example, sentiment and, returning to the recruitment. Sentiment analysis mechanism of a victim's behavior in a digital environment can reduce the time the recruiter spent to learn his or her habit, strength, and vulnerabilities. Face recognition, for example, can track the appearance of a photo, video of the victim, even on those resources where their name is not specified. And finally, constructing the content, the deepfakes, deepfakes technologies, both video and deep sounds, can be used by an attacker to create an image that is more likely to appear to the victim of manipulation. Up to several, for example, up to several images of people of different genders, ages, educational levels, etc., for several potential recruits at the same time. Recruiter, even maybe in future, recruiter will not need to start a conversation personally. Just to use deepfake content. And unfortunately, these threats are increasing against the background of relatively low awareness. Low awareness of the public, not only about changes in the field of AI, thank you, but also about the means of psychological influence used by terrorists, about the human dimension. And I'm absolutely agree with Dr. Taman, the human dimension. The discussion in human dimension, psychological one, is strictly important. That's why I recommend two things. To learn more possible scenarios of attacks. And for this task, not only security services, but all the society, politicians, everyone who is interested in terrorist defeat should to think like a terrorist and teach how to counteract. The second recommendation is broad programs to educate citizens in the use of AI and in the psychological and political sphere, to be more aware. Thank you so much.
Richard. So thank you, Daria. Now we are coming to the chat, because during our conversation, we have a lot of questions.
Yes, we
First
should
of all, we come to the very beginning and we answer to the questions in the order we got them, okay?
Oh.
So we start.
First question to you, Evgeny.
Yes, very good. So if artificial intelligence can be used as a propaganda against countries or communities, what is the way out from such malicious use of artificial intelligence? Can there be any mechanism of independent regulation? Yes, it can be used, and it is being used, and it is a very dangerous use of artificial intelligence. Mechanism of independent regulation. If we have 2 or 3, practically Yahoo News engine, Google, practically nothing more in English, Now Trump in the United States trying to organize the third big search engine. Perhaps he'll be successful and nothing more. So if you do not control the owners on global level and they're free, the conflicts between the governments and these networks will continue to increase under the current geopolitical situation, under the current crisis in many countries because of the pandemic. The governments and the societies can't permit the private actors to use algorithm to determine what the local audience should listen to and what they shouldn't listen to. To regulate this, first of all, through mechanism of the alternative channels. For example, the BRIC countries can organize something in that direction. In this case, if we have alternatives search engines, perhaps it will be used them to organize more or less competition and free change of ideas, not to stop exchange of ideas without any channels. It will be even worse. But now we are on the front lines. If we do not control the networks owners, they'll control our brains, and it is not very good. So in this case, it's the first step. The second step and the second option comes with the existence of artificial intelligence. All of you know that, for example, the translation through artificial intelligence using different translators now is much more easy and much more qualified, good artificial intelligence translation than 15 years before. In 5-10 years, we'll have the translation machines which do the translation like human beings. It's not my forecast, but of many, many specialists in artificial intelligence. It makes possible in this case to have, for example, the new network, which will be for my Indian colleague in English, and for me at the same time, the same online page at the very same moment in Russian, and for my Chinese colleague in Chinese. And in this case, will be independent with the help of artificial intelligence from the English language technological giants, from, never mind from the USA or another actor. In this case, it will be a very good practical ability to have exchange of ideas directly with the help of artificial intelligence. In momentum, billions of people can do this. It's a new technological revolution. It's coming. That's why solutions are possible. Possible with the help of artificial intelligence, but through decision-making of human societies, not without humans, with us. If we do not make it possible from the political point of view, through development of artificial intelligence and through negotiation process between the great powers, first of all the communities, it will be impossible to introduce these new technologies that they work for the benefit. Now they work more and more against us. It's a very dangerous tendency, and I repeat my conclusion. The more we have the decline of the democratic institutions, and the more we have the development of artificial intelligence, this gap works against the whole mankind, not against Russians, Indians, Americans, but against all us. That's the solution, first of all, in the human society, in its abilities to defend civil society. The next question is also, as I see, addressed to me. How do you see capabilities? It's from Radka Krishna, capabilities to counter malicious use of artificial intelligence and international psychological security threats among BRICS countries, current capabilities and future scope. So the current capabilities to counteract the threats to international psychological security through MUI are on a low level just now, because only 3-4 years ago appeared real capabilities to attack the consciousnesses of human beings using advanced technologies in artificial intelligence. 5-6 years ago, it was impossible. Only for the last 3-4 years, the development of artificial intelligence, the progress, make it possible to attack in more efficient way. And 3-4 years later, it will be much more serious situation. That's why we organize international group. Why? That's why it's necessary just now to work under this problem. And BRICS countries can introduce a lot to stop this malicious use of artificial intelligence against ecological security. Because 2 countries, China and Russia, they're the leaders in all BRICS countries. India on the second grade, and South Africa, so I suppose, and Brazil are in the third grade. But only by joint efforts, not only China, not only Russia, not only India, South Africa, we can build a new global order which will be free for everybody, and not against the United States or Western Europe, etc. For all us, the majority of people is here. Our interest to develop this alternative, some kind of competition, is against the global monopoly. Antitrust legislation now against this informational giants, technological giants, under the discussion in China, in the USA, in Russia, right? Synchronically, with all these contradictions between the United States of America and China and Russia, in all 3 countries, this discussion is going on, and in India as well. It's because we can go forward without the control over 2 or 3 technological private giants which control our minds. Capabilities to have the control of our minds through artificial intelligence. It's dangerous. It's not a personal address to the owners of this or that network. It's dangerous for them even. For them it's very difficult because they don't want to be dictators. But practically they're in the situation because of these global tensions that they'll be attacked first of all for all these problems first of all. That's why their interest, to my mind, also to be under the umbrella of global control in the interest of the mankind, not of a small group of technocratic experts and several governments. No, it's not the LPR. It's a question to Professor Pansarev. So from Daria Matyasheva, Professor Pansarev, thank you for your presentation. The question of mine, do enterprise of African continent demonstrate any initiatives to cooperate on the B2B basis to prevent artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and general threats? So, Konstantin, you're welcome.
Yes. So, as I said during my current presentation, more than 60% of African enterprises don't train their staff in the field of cybersecurity. To this should be added the fact that more than 90% of big African companies spend less than $10,000 on different cybersecurity issues and are operating below cybersecurity poverty level. That, to my opinion, these figures prove that the level of cybersecurity of big African enterprises is rather poor. But I am more concerned with studying the interaction between different sub-Saharan African states, but not between different African enterprises. And unfortunately, I don't have appropriate data concerning the real cooperation between those enterprises. Sorry for that. But from my point of view, the main problem is that a significant part of the data is located out in different cloud services outside of the continent, outside of Africa. And if they were stored inside different particular enterprises or governmental bodies, it would significantly increase their security, their cyber security. So I state for the development of cloud services, we should be concentrated in this or that particular enterprise or governmental body. And it is very important, to my opinion. Thank you.
So, Daria, your question.
My question is to Pierre from me. Thank you for your presentation. And what do you think are the possibilities for the European Union to move from the neutral observer role to an active role in ensuring security in the field of AI? Is it possible in what future? And my second question to Pierre too, does the European Union analyze real cases of malicious influence on public consciousness through artificial intelligence?
Yes, thank you for the questions. Answer to the last one. The report I mentioned on European Parliament actually is mentioning political polarization problems with social media and the use of artificial intelligence. But as I said, it does it in a way that it aligns itself in this great power games at world level of the fight between the US, China, European Union. So it's not neutral, which is a pity because we know that communication war is made by everybody, and to move behind, you don't have to participate yourself in this great power game. It's going to be difficult. Also, at EU level, regarding the first part of the question, the difficulty is that the 27 member states are quite divided on the issue. I didn't have time to mention it, but France and Germany, for example, France is traditionally more sovereignty orientated because of Gaullist approach, but Germany is more commercial orientated approach, and they disagree. And recently, the commissioner, Mrs. Verstager, with the election of Joe Biden, said, "Oh, we have to cooperate more on transatlantic relations with the United States." So, although the French commissioner said we should be more independent. So far, I think it's going to be difficult. But maybe I hope that smaller group of countries will try to cooperate more by doing some alliances. For example, France and Canada and other countries sign a chart of ethics. It could be enlarged, I hope, in the future, with India, with Russia, all countries maybe who doesn't want to be sucked in this two great power competition. Maybe that's part of a solution. And also, I think, yes, the role of academics and international organizations is to try to promote, to go beyond this great power situation. But yeah, we know the situation at the moment is quite difficult. And also with private public initiative, private initiative is a little bit difficult because it's geared towards profit and not common good. But it's how I see the situation. At least, yeah, EU is focusing on ethics. The problem is how to implement it with other allies without to be sucked into this great power competition. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
The next question is, to my mind, to Daria Bazarkina. So I would like to know, it's also the question from Radkar Krishna, I would like to know your views. AI and psychological warfare integration have the ability to change the dynamics of battlefields, say in a real war. So, okay. You're welcome, Daria.
Thank you for your question. It's a very acute problem. Nowadays, we live in a reality of so-called network-centered wars, this concept coincides with hybrid warfare one. And according to all these concepts, warfare includes not only military clashes, not only troops actions, but preliminary information warfare.
Okay.
And and as soon as artificial intelligence, military structures already implement artificial intelligence, we can find many open sources that tell us about drones, so-called military robots, etc., military algorithms of infrastructure controls, and the more difficult the military and other facilities infrastructures, the country infrastructure will become, the more often it will be the desirable target for hackers, including those who use AI.
Okay, and the second question, also to you, Daria. Yeah. Your recommendations as security agents have to think like terrorists to counter their propaganda. The countries are involved in such acts. How can we tackle? Yeah, it's a bit provocative, but rather interesting.
Countries, fortunately, even in this world where the countries are involved, every country has its own interest, its own terrorist groups list, and its own artificial intelligence agenda, strategy, etc., for example. And each country has a strict interest to confront the terrorism, at least of its own territory. And why not wider? Countries have allies, and joining to my colleague, cooperating in the frames of BRICS, for example, in the frames of RIC, cooperating with our European colleagues, we can manage the political component of terrorism, facing the phenomenon of the international terrorism that is a threat for each country. Speaking about continents, we know that terrorism is the continental problem, and managing it as a continental problem, we can think like terrorists, including the scenarios where the terrorists are addressing to special services. But it's in the age of artificial intelligence, the consequences of the new terrorist attack can be even more disastrous if it will be an attack, for example, on the nuclear object. And unfortunately, we are returning to the census, to the situation of Cold War Caribbean crisis, confrontation, direct confrontation, terrorist attack using artificial intelligence to the developed artificial intelligence infrastructure will be as a consequences the situation without winners.
Mm-hmm.
And we can.
Thank you, because short questions and short answers. We are short on time, and we organized a roundtable especially for this session to give a floor for many people as possible. So, and it's very good that we see a very active audience. Thank you very much for your questions. And because we see in the audience the people who would like to ask questions. So, Ekaterina, you'd like to have a floor, a question? So, там задавали вопрос в очереди. Не здесь, а в очереди здесь. Есть кто-то? Anybody who want to ask questions?
may we also make remarks, Chairperson?
Yeah. We have time for some comments.
Okay. Chairperson.
Yes, it's time for the comments. You're welcome.
Thank you. I just want to refer the meeting to a resolution of the African Commission on Human Rights that was adopted in February 2021, so it was quite recent. It's resolution 473. I will not go into the detail of this, but it gives us an overview of the Africa Union and the Commission working with artificial intelligence and its relation between human rights and artificial intelligence. It's quite a lengthy document which refers to, obviously, the opportunities which they support very, very strongly, referring to some of the challenges that is included in artificial intelligence, but then a very interesting emphasis on algorithms and the bias of algorithms from elsewhere in the world with different cultural backgrounds, with different moral and ethical backgrounds, so that we can take note of those. And then quite a large part of the document in different sections refers to the need for policy development on the African continent. And I think that links to the discussion that took place just now, where we said that if you want to really address a policy framework that can be effective for artificial intelligence, it cannot be a regional or a country policy. It must be a wider policy. Earlier today, we did listen to the challenges that we have in sub-Sahara Africa, but I think the Sub-Sahara Africa will be a very good region to start to coordinate those policies and to participate in the formulation of those policies. One of the participants in this conference is Rachel Fisher. She will speak in a moment's time on another topic, but she's busy with a PhD study on on policies related to these matters. It's a very important document, and if any of us want to talk.
No comments, please, because for everybody, it's time we want to give for comments. Everybody, we are shortened of time. That's why your conclusion, if you have one, and no more.
It's fine.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments? Thank you very much. Marius? Oh, no? Who else?
No, I want, if it's possible, I want to comment a bit to Professor Bester's affirmation. You know, we cannot have a real policy of artificial intelligence in a national or continental level. It must be universal one. Because if one state, just one state, don't recognize the universal instrument, legal instrument, and it will apply some, I don't know, let's say not very moral methods in politics, it will attack some other countries, and other countries will not be able to resist always to such kind of instrument, just using the morality, and the legal tools. So, having in mind the number of dictatorships in today's world, can we consider it will be a state? Or no, can we consider that all states will accept a normal and moral behavior in international relations? It's a rhetoric question, more or less.
And my question to you, Marius, is not a rhetoric. So can the country you consider first in introducing legislative reforms for the control of the malicious use of artificial intelligence, some practice in this area? In a psychological area, first of all, I'm speaking about the deepfakes, for example, So the legislative reforms in this area in the world, what countries introduce these reforms?
The country who will introduce such kind of legislation will have a problem. Maybe it can control the internet from its own servers, national servers, but it cannot control the internet from other countries, from other internet servers. So the problem is that it's like, you know, it's like piracy of films, movies, piracy now. You know, yeah, there is a network, there is something like Netflix or something based in the United States, but you have an account in another country, you download in your country, and you upload it to whole world. So this kind of technology, VPN and many others, what they are doing, trying to delete, to erase all the borders, all the internal borders of states. So if you don't have borders, it means legislation is not able to be applied, because one day or not, or in one way or another way, it will be a way of people who will introduce bad technologies, bad ideas. For example, what is a port, international port? For example, let's say Istanbul or something. It's a gate of idea, it's a gate of traffic, it's a gate for drugs, it's a gate for books, it's a gate for everything. So it cannot be, I'm not dreaming, I am not a dreamer, let's say, like I'm not John Lennon. If a good legislation of artificial intelligence will not be adopted in the same day in all countries, it will be a gap between them, and on that gap, some countries will attack and will profit. Sorry for that. It's a bit cynical.
Thank you, Marius.
Chairperson, if I may add to that in half a second, if you revisit session 4, there were 2 presentations made by Fatima and Atul and they addressed sovereignty. And the moment that you have the difference in power base between the state and private sector, call it the technology sector if you wish, then those coordination is much more difficult. I know we refer to the politicians. Unfortunately, they have a strong power base. We must include them. We must include the technology companies. And eventually, we will have to go to big international organizations, private sector, United Nations, UNESCO, all of them, asking them to assist with this. It's not easy, but we must start by understanding what the different countries have in mind.
We have a problem. We are scientists and we understand more than politicians. We have legal standards to enter university. We have legal standards to become professors, but politicians, no legal standards and no legal standards for their morality. They can have standards, legal standards for behavior, don't steal, don't bribe, like for everyone, but they don't have moral standards, and politics is not always moral. You know it very well.
Okay, it's a very good discussion. Of course, under the decline of democratic institutions, which is recognized by a great number of politicians, of global leaders, it is very naive to expect that this road will be very easy. And we need some social and political changes to be introduced to change the global situation. And not everybody can accept new progressive order of things. We have to understand that without some social and political struggles, it's impossible to achieve a new, more socially oriented order of things. It's evident. Those who consider another way may expect, for example, from Mr. Bessis, who controls 20% what the ordinary Americans have, to see the solutions, or from some other top officials, billionaires, etc. It's one way. If you only to accept that they bring solutions, will be waiting too long without any solution of the problems.
In fact, you, Professor Pashentsev, you was talking a bit about a new socio-political model, but you didn't say too much about this.
Yes, automatically this can't come in history. It much depends from us, but we are speaking about artificial intelligence use. We are
as a consequence.
This is a part of a general social and political problems of the current crisis. Without their solution, we can't find the solution of the malicious use of artificial intelligence, the problem we discuss here. And artificial intelligence can be a part of the solution because this instrument is very, very instrumental, very efficient. That's why to give all the possibility to use artificial intelligence to bad guys, it will be a wrong solution. And
Yes,
we need to discuss this theoretically. But once again, I repeat why we are here and have this round table to discuss it in a practical way. And in this case, we'll find a solution. So thank you very much for the
Chair, if I may use half a minute, I understand. I will not try and convince Marius of politicians. I'm one myself, and let's leave that. If we can begin with the algorithms, our problem is going to be with the algorithms. Who wrote the initial algorithms? Start there and work towards the problems, and you'll find the way. In business, we say, follow the money. Now, follow the algorithms, understand the problem.
Okay.
By the way, in a practical aspect, I guess it's a very good moment to say thank you very much to everyone who agreed with our proposal for Hyderabad Declaration to support a grand project in our common problematics. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Thank you very much for understanding. For all who take part in this discussion, those who want to go on with our research on malicious use of artificial intelligence can address to us. We are happy to collaborate with all those ones. So thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I think this session has generated a lot of discussion. Fortunately or unfortunately, we are presently governed and controlled by the algorithms, knowingly or unknowingly. Okay, so we have to live with that situation. And of course, I do not want to get into much more again discussion, but let me thank Daria first, because I have to thank her 3 times. Number one, for taking initiative to organize this roundtable. Number 2, for presenting paper. Number 3, for chairing the session. So thank you, Daria. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
and
much.
Equally, I would like to thank Evgeny Pashintsov, whom I met in Hanty-Manchsk, if he remembers me. Okay, for very exciting and powerful, energetic presentation and for chairing the session. I also thank Konstantin Pansarev for his nice presentation. So I thank three of you from Russia once again for your very thought-provoking and interesting presentations. Так что спасибо вам большое еще раз. Спасибо. Then I would like also thank Emmanuel Thompson for his very encouraging, for his very insightful presentation on EU and basically looking at artificial intelligence from the angle of EU and its policies and strategies. Thank you very much. And I thank Marius Vakarelu for his very patient patience, in the sense that he has been very active in the trial run, and he is also active yesterday and today. And a special thanks to him for saying thanks in Telugu also. So thank you so much. Thank you once again.
You're welcome. I try to use all languages I found it.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I once again thank the entire group, and I hope that we will work with you in future also. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleagues. I'd like to thank you very much, Professor Rao, Professor Shiva, Professor Kuzmin, and Rachel, Dorothy, for inviting us and for this fruitful event.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So we are now formally go to the valediction, and this valediction we will start with the summing of the presentations quickly by Rachel from International Center for Information Ethics, and she is also coordinator Information Ethics Network for Africa. Rachel, please.
Thank you so much, Professor, and to everybody else. So I've got 10 minutes to summarize.
You can take another 2-3 minutes, no problem. Don't be in a hurry.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Professor. So to start, once again, to refer to the opening that we had by Dorothy, the chair of the Information for All program, UNESCO. We also wish to thank the hosts of this conference, yourself, Professor Prabhakar Rao, and being the chairperson of the India Center for Excellence of Information Ethics, Professor Siva Prasad, you're always there and supporting, as well as the local and international organizing committee. We also wish to extend a special thank you to the IFAP Vice Chair, Evgeny Kuzmin, and other UNESCO representatives. We also wish to recognize the involvement of industry, government, and, for example, FICCI's involvement, because it is essential that we foster collaboration between government, academia, industry, and civil society. As was noted, emerging technologies, for example, artificial intelligence, are not only advancing development, but it's also increasing divides. Access to information and knowledge is therefore of utmost importance. This meeting that we have been engaging in already builds on work that has taken place, work last year with our online meetings, and prior to that with the annual conferences in Khanty-Mansisk. We also wish to recognize then how this conference is situated within the Sustainable Development Goals, especially Goal 4, which is education, 16, which is peace, justice, and strong institutions, and Goal 17, which is the revitalization of global partnerships for sustainable development. The design, consumption, and control of AI needs to be monitored to ensure quality. We cannot have a knowledge society without quality control of the content itself. There is an invitation to look at history, especially looking at the societal upheavals caused by this COVID pandemic, and see how technology is being consumed. We also need to recognize a reality where people are not considering how these technologies are impacting their lives. This leads, for example, to Professor Jeffrey Rockwell's presentation on creating an observatory for the people, by the people. And this observatory is a way to manage the impact of communication technology on our well-being, mental health, and the importance to address digital wellness and the impact of digital fatigue on all of our lives. Citizen science is a great path to develop such an observatory, but it does vary from discipline to discipline. That is why it is very important not just to preach, but to develop an observatory where people can engage with interactive and a variety of tools. We should invest more and more in citizen science and in deliberative spaces where we can improve dialogue between citizens, government, and other science institutions and industry. Well, of course, there are many challenges in doing so, and that is why deliberative spaces for dialogue are key. Evgeny Kuzmin indicated that our world is changing rapidly. Our digital world is being flooded by useful and reliable materials, but also false information. Yes, we should try to be positive, but we need to be aware that there is a huge number of ignorant people with suspicious intentions that could circulate content and impose it on the public. ICTs are used to spread fake news, manipulate our behavior, conduct cyber and information warfare. Cybercrimes have become a daily occurrence, as was indicated by Konstantin Pantserev just now. How then do we proceed to ensure digital well-being for all people, and how can AI be used to advance the well-being of everybody, especially Indigenous communities? Looking at the session then on Indigenous communities, the social and cultural ethos of Indigenous and marginalized societies should be considered while designing AI systems, and the communities need to be involved in these processes. Indigenous knowledge of the communities must be incorporated into the governance of AI technologies for realizing inclusive societies and fulfilling sustainable development goals. Technology is part of a social cultural system, and it's therefore important to consider that AI is not just technical, but a techno-social system. In terms of AI and Indigenous societies, we must consider the social structural implications of AI in order to achieve inclusive societies. Within this first session, I don't know how many monitored the chat group, but an additional conversation occurred on data fetishism, where the saying is, data is God, might qualify this current era that we are in. We should consider that data in itself is not sufficient and it must be problematized. What is data? What are the categories? Who decides? What is it? Where is it? How is it stored? Because even though we need data-based evidences to contribute to political decision-making, we also require critical thinking skills. And that is why we can't just look at natural sciences or computer science, but we must involve the humanities and social sciences to support critical thinking across these discussions on artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies. If we consider this, then we see how very important education is in this conversation, because the issues of wellness and safety in online spaces must be incorporated in the culture of staff and student orientation within universities. If we look at the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on education, we see how unplanned e-learning brought about by the pandemic is a source of many unethical issues in many academic institutions, but also a concern for our psychological welfare. An example was given in Kenya, where lecturers have to carry additional responsibilities using their home spaces and other facilities without any institutional support. Lecturers and staff also see how students struggle to access learning without any psychological support and how other issues then arise. Solutions given to this were looking at connectivity, where zero rating was given to online learning spaces. Others in the chat and in the session refer to how recorded classes have impacted the teacher-student relationship, where there was a lack of opportunity to meet between students and lecturers, which impacted the socialization aspects of learning. And this is a big issue. There was an agreement that there is a need to create some social spaces within lessons being taught in tertiary education. And this can include looking at the beginning of the students when students log in, or throughout their lessons, how they can share their personal experiences. This led to the discussion on gamification and how gamification can assist with learning for disadvantaged students, whether it might be disadvantaged in terms of rural setting or inaccessibility to data, but also students with disabilities. there was a question also whether gaming is a class-related phenomenon. The response to this question was that play is a natural way to be. By playing, we remove boundaries between people. It transcends boundaries as well. Games are easy to learn but hard to master, but we could use games to overcome challenges and contribute to experiential learning. If we consider then the promotion of the responsible use of artificial intelligence, we must highlight these factors in terms of digital wellness, especially in relation to biases and threats to human dignity and people's awareness on privacy-related aspects in the cyber world. In the era of AI, new reforms are needed at different levels, considering the new identity of local and international societies with the emergence of new role players, especially transnational corporations that have invested in AI more than some countries have. And therefore, sovereignty in AI is a key component. There is a need to work together between government, corporations, and institutes of education. And therefore, states must protect individual human rights, for it is not the duty of international corporations to do so, since they are predominantly profit-driven. This new world order urges international society to rethink international public law and international institutions, and to enhance the ethical framework insofar it pertains to AI and future and current emerging technologies. We must acknowledge the current epistemic crisis resulting in the distrust in epistemic institutions. This can lead to political and civil disputes, which disrupts our belief systems, complicating an already complex digital environment. To address this, 2 recommendations have been made, and they are a human-centered approach and a network-centered approach. When looking at this, the use of social media, artificial intelligence, and any other technological innovation for peace building in communities must be complementary to other efforts, whether they be socio-economic, legal, or political. Helena Munga indicated that information ethics permeates all these variables, and there is a need for stakeholders to not only come up with the best mechanisms of using these innovations for peace building, but also to partner in ensuring a level of inherent responsibility towards community empowerment and peace in their development. We should invest in systems to recognize and reward good actors over bad actors, essentially underscoring the importance of media and information literacy capabilities, which include the requisite skills, knowledge, and attitudes towards differentiating between information and technologies that are good for us and bad for us. If we look at this final session on the malicious use of artificial intelligence and international psychological security, it is quite evident that local, international, and transnational cooperation are key words in the dialogue pertaining to MUAI and IPS. It was stated that wisdom belongs to everyone, and that is why we must share best practices with each other. International cooperation based on inclusiveness, respect, and reciprocity will be better achieved with a better geopolitical balance regarding AI between global actors like the US, China, Russia, and other EU member states. But also, as has been established, there are existing practices of the malicious use of AI in sub-Saharan Africa and elsewhere, and therefore this is a truly global challenge. To conclude, to echo the words of the panel of the 6th session and the words of Professor Daria, the participants of this 2-day online international conference on accelerating actions and promoting digital wellness in the context of AI, we, the participants, support the development of national and international grant projects on the social consequences of the use of AI, including in the field of preventing threats to international psychological security associated with the malicious use of AI. Serious problems require serious research, and this is a matter of no less serious consideration. Industry must be kept accountable to its intentions and actions with AI, such as with international organizations like UNESCO. As with industry, through digital innovation, because it exerts more influence than ever before, and thus has more control of society than all government agencies combined. The transfer of power structures from government to corporate platforms is no secret and has been explored in depth alongside other digital disruptions and phenomena, such as the changing dichotomies between nationalism, localism, and globalism. The vices and virtues of internet giants, or GAFTA, have been called out repeatedly and all too often for their failures, as for example with Facebook and Cambridge Analytica, with the data abuse scandals impacting our social coherence and international psychological security. Therefore, the promotion of digital wellness requires a deeper and more nuanced understanding of factors such as culture, social responsibility, law, inclusion, access, progress, and general human well-being. This conference considered potential solutions to the development of an equitable AI-based culture. The IFAP priorities, such as information ethics and the challenges of illiteracy, take on a new meaning in the new normal of COVID-19, where in many ways the playing field is leveled and the lasting implications of an accelerated use of AI are ambiguous to designer and users alike. I thank you and I wish you all the best going forward.
Thank you, Rachel, for your excellent and comprehensive overview or analysis of the all presentations and making them. It's a very difficult task, I know it, but still you made it very successfully. Thank you very much for that. Now,
thank you, Prof.
Yeah, please, Rachel.
Oh, no, that's all.
Okay. Yeah. Now, may I request US Paulette to deliver his valedictory speech. He is chair of the IFAP Information Ethics Working Group, and till last minute we were very anxiously waiting for him because he has some other engagement, and it is nice that he has joined. He could find time to join. So, Paulette, the floor is for you.
And thanks, Prabhakar, and thanks to all the organizers to give me this opportunity to conclude this very rich today international conference on AI. As I proposed, what I would like to do is definitively to give a certain number of reflection about the International Public Organization text about ethics and AI. And if you permit, I will go directly to my screen to share my screen, and I see that. Okay. I hope you see the slides. Is that okay? Okay. No. So what I would like to do is definitely to pinpoint certain conversions and also certain diversions between the different international instruments for AI and ethics. And I've decided to okay. sorry. Just the next slides. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I have decided to select 4 significant IPO documents, international public organization documents on AI and ethics. As you see, there are more than 60 documents issued by international, both private and public organizations about AI ethics. AI ethics is becoming more and more a buzzword, and it's definitely there's a danger. I will come back on that issue. But among all these documents, I've decided to select 4 documents. The first one, and it is the oldest document, is the OECD Council of Ministers recommendation on AI, and it was 2 years ago. It was in 90. The second one is definitely very important for me, because as IFAP member, I support strongly UNESCO work. There's the UNESCO preliminary report on the draft recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. This report has been adopted in September 2020, and it will be discussed at the ministerial level in April and in May. And I hope it will be a successful discussion. The third one is the Council of Europe initiative. The Council of Europe has nominated a group of experts, CAI, which is precisely issued very recently. It was in December last year, a legal framework for the creation, development, and application of AI, and it's definitely based on Council of Europe standards, and we will come back on that very important document, which is called feasibility study. And finally, the last, but definitely as Belgian people, I'm very interested by this EU Parliament document. This is the EU Parliament resolution on 20th of October 2020, containing a recommendation to the Commission on a framework for the ethical aspects of artificial intelligence, robotics, and related technologies. Perhaps you know that the EU Commission will present in 2 months a draft of regulation on that issue, and it is quite clear that the draft regulation will be based on this EU Parliament resolution. I think that's quite interesting to have a look at this resolution, because definitely it's a very important document, and a very which propose a regulatory framework for the development of AI. My first question, looking at this document, is the following. When we are speaking about ethics, normally we oppose ethics and legal regulation, public regulation. Ethics might be seen as a way to avoid legal regulation. In that case, I think it is not the case. I think that the proposal made by these 4 IPO organization is precisely to use ethics as a way to lead to public regulation. I come back on that issue, but first I would like to define what is ethics. Ethics is a questioning on the individual, but also sometimes of the collective research level, and it is a research about the attitude we have to adopt in the face of facts, realities, or social changes. It refers to acting pragmatically, to doing the right thing. It means that human and their artifacts act or are designed for the good and the just. And if you have a look at what we call Code of Ethics constitute a public declaration by its authors, and it might be self-regulation, and signatories of the values and practice to be followed by the authors. It is quite clear that speaking about code of ethics is definitely a way to launch what we might call soft regulation. This soft regulation is, in a lot of cases, is a way to avoid public regulation. But if we have a look at what happens as regard the different IPO documents on AI and ethics, we see that this difference between ethics, code of ethics, and public regulation is very flawed. If you have a look at the UNESCO position, I think the position taken by the Council of Ministers of UNESCO after the submission of the first draft, the first UNESCO ad hoc expert, the first draft, the position of the Council of Ministers was the following. It was suggested, I quote, it was suggested that the draft recommendation be more ambitious. This implies making bold proposal and be more assertive in suggesting that a stronger international legal framework is needed. So I think UNESCO has adopted the position that law is necessary to ensure the possibility of effectiveness of the ethical value. What about CAI? CAI in the Council of Europe position is more explicit. It was, I quote the text of CAI, it was also underlined that soft law approaches cannot substitute mandatory governance. And they are very severe as regard the possibility to regulate through self-regulation. Self-regulation by private actors can bypass or avoid mandatory governance by intergovernmental authorities. Soft law, instrument and self-regulation initiative can, however, play an important role in complementing mandatory governance. So it is quite clear that Council of Europe see self-regulation not as the only basis for regulating AI, but as a complementary way for achieving the governance of AI. And it's quite clear that in that sense, it is quite clear that mandatory governance is first. And in the context of this mandatory governance, you can imagine that self-regulation will take a certain pace. As regards the EU Parliament resolution, they are very clear. Parliament resolution is to establish a comprehensive and sustainable regulatory framework of ethical principles and legal obligation. From the point of view of the EU Parliament, it is quite clear that we need legal obligation in order to make effective the ethical principles. I would like just, in order to finish this first question, I would like just to add that traditional ethical principles, dignity, autonomy, social justice, are enshrined in binding international European texts on human rights. So it is obvious that ethical principles lead naturally to legal recognitions, and that this distinction between ethics and public regulation must be definitively diminished. I come now to the second point. The second point is to have an idea about the ethical values which have to be taken into account by the different texts I have mentioned until now. You remember that the four universal values which has been asserted by UNESCO in the context of the Bioethics Convention. It is quite interesting to recall that UNESCO has said that dignity, autonomy, social justice, and do good and do not harm are, at the UNESCO point of view, four universal principles which must be included when we are facing a new technology. Yesterday it was bioethic. Today it would be definitely AI. If you have a look at the different documents I've mentioned, you will see a profusion of additional values in the different texts, and I think this profusion might be a source of confusion. I think that we do not need so many values. I take an example. Transparency is quoted in all the documents I've mentioned, but transparency is not an ethical value. That's just a tool for ensuring the autonomy of people. If the people are unable to understand why certain decisions are taken against them, definitively they suffer in their possibility of self-determination. I take another example, gender equality. Definitely, that's very important, but gender equality is just a specificity of the non-discrimination principle, and definitely principle of precaution, which is nominated by 3 of the 4 texts I've mentioned, is just a consequence of the principle do good and do not harm. What seems to me more important is the fact that through these different texts I've mentioned, there is an emerging distinction between 2 kinds of risk. First, the risk incurred by each of us individually. That's quite clear that we might suffer of physical harm, we might suffer of financial harm, but also that's the main point important for ethical value. We might suffer as regard our individual freedoms. But besides this individual risk, I think the major interest and major added value of the text about ethics and AI is the fact that they say there are also a certain number of risks which affect groups of individuals and even our society. And that's quite clear if you have a look at the problem of fake news. It is quite clear that fake news are affecting not only individuals, but they are affecting overall the problem of our democracy. Environmental question is the same. When we are using AI, it is quite clear that we are creating a certain problem of energy consumption. So I think with the this ethical text, we assist to a broadening of the concern. With a big problem mentioned by KI Council of Europe, they say, okay, as regard the individual freedoms, we have very good legal protection. We have very good legal protection through the data protection legislation, through freedom of expression, protection, and everything like that. As regard the problem of democracy, as regard the problem of danger for environment, it is quite clear that we have not the same regulatory arsenal to protect these collective values. So that's a first thing I think I have to mention. The second thing I have to mention is the fact that the EU Parliament proposed a distinction between what they call high-risk AI systems and other AI systems. It means a system with an impact not very important, and not very important on ethical values. And I will take an example. As regard the medical sector, the EU Parliament distinguished 2 kinds of AI. The first kind is definitely the example of the management of appointments with the healthcare practitioner in an hospital. You might use AI, but this AI has not a lot of ethical value impact. But the other part, you might have definitely AI system used in an hospital, which are of great impact great impact on ethical values. I mean, for instance, the way by which you are able to predict the future health of your patients. So the main things very important is the fact that all the stacks are proposing what they call a risk approach. They say, okay, there are a certain number of risks linked with the development of AI, and we must definitely try to diminish this risk. But before to diminish, we must try to evaluate this risk. And I've mentioned there first the UNESCO. UNESCO recommend. It is not mandatory. Recommend a preventive risk assessment, and you see the quotation: member states should put in place impact assessment to identify and analyze the benefits and risks of AI system. If you have a look at the Council of Europe document, the risk assessment is becoming mandatory. This means, I quote the CAI, this means not only that the risk posed by AI system should be assessed and reviewed on a systematic and regular basis, but also that any mitigating measure that are further elaborated should be specifically tailored to this risk. That's very, very important. And if you have a look at the EU Parliament resolution, the last document, you will see that the EU Parliament resolution imposed for high-risk AI system a risk assessment on a regular basis. I come to the last point, the role of the state. I think if you have a look at the different documents, you will see that this role is increasing when you see the text. Role of the state is increasing. If you start with OECD, you will see that the role of the state is not minimal, but just to inform the public and to open the public discussion. The idea of OECD is that the state has a role, very important role, to create trust in AI system, because as you see, trust is a key determinant for digital transformation. If you have a look at now at the UNESCO document, they say, no, the role of the state is not limited to inform public or to open public discussion, but also to set up a legal framework for public authorities. Public authorities might be considered as a certain model, that they have to be sure that the AI system they are using are ethics, and that they are designed by ethics value. The Council of Europe is more precise. They say, okay, the role of the state is definitely to develop a legal framework, but also that they say that as regards this legal framework must be created apart from a participatory approach and the involvement of different stakeholders. And as you will see, by stakeholders, they mean civil society, association of civil liberties, private sector, academia, and the media. And they add that we must be very attentive to the representation of vulnerable individuals and groups. Finally, EU Parliament is going a step further. EU Parliament say that they would like the draft resolution. The resolution of the EU Parliament requires that the member states should designate an independent administrative authority as a supervisory body for the development of AI system, for controlling the development of AI system, including as regards this development in private sector. And the idea is to say we need a sort of data ethics commission, as that exists in certain European countries like Germany, like UK, like Denmark. We need a National Data Ethics Commission as a way to evaluate what is doing, what is the main impacts of AI systems. And as you see, this idea also to have a National Data Ethics Commission as a support for companies in order to develop AI systems which are following the ethical values. The idea of Europe is definitely to have a certain procedure for certifying AI systems. And so I come to the conclusion. I start with the famous assertion of Ojigame. Ojigame say what we are doing with these documents on AI ethics is ethics bashing. I am not convinced thereabout. I think that ethics finds its extension in human rights text, and the principles we are developing with this document on AI ethics will support future legislation or even contain such legal prescription like the EU document intended to put the ethics value into effect. As regards the text, I think we might summarize the text as follows. First, AI systems are raising high risk for not only for individual liberties, but also for our societies and our democratic conception of our societies. Secondly, in order to face this risk, multidisciplinary open debates between all interested parties with a view to finding both ethical and legal response seem necessary. And finally, the role of the states is, in my opinion, twofold. First, it has to lead by example the development of AI system in not only in public organization, but also as a model for the development in private organization. He has also to organize the discussion in order to be sure that AI development will remain human-centered and mastered. If we are following this recommendation, I am sure that AI ethics will serve the mankind and our society. That's all. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Professor Paulette, for your wonderful presentation on the various aspects of AI ethics and the related policies and documents. I think that we have to look at, we need continuous assessment of AI governance, application, and accessibility. Not only basically from ethical angle. However, if we examine AI ethics in the context of, in the background of digital wellness, we will have a deeper understanding of AI functioning in the society and its impact on humans. So that's why I think after this conference, all of us, I hope, will also think to look at AI from digital wellness angle also. Thank you so much. Now, let me come to the next point, that is Hyderabad Declaration on Artificial Intelligence and Digital Wellness. This is the declaration we have formulated basing on the recommendations made by various speakers. So let me, I am displaying this. We have in the preamble included all the countries that have participated in the Hyderabad Declaration, in the conference, and the theme of the international conference. Then also we participants of this conference and signatories to the Hyderabad Declaration on AA and DW affirm the following. These are the recommendations made by very different speakers, and we have included all the recommendations. Somewhere we have a little bit reframed them, but basically the spirit of the recommendation remains the same. So these are the recommendations which we have already shared with the speakers, and yesterday also we kept in our conference website. I hope that all of you have gone through these recommendations. So in conclusion, we say that the signatories of Hyderabad Declaration on AA and DW will therefore make an effort to promote responsible AA governance, application, and accessibility. So if anyone has any suggestions to this declaration, please. You are welcome.
Please, Professor Rao.
Yes, please, Fatima.
Yeah. Thank you for all these interesting efforts on this declaration. I sent you some comments by email, and I suggest to include in the introduction or preamble some other references than the UN agenda, because UN agenda is only agenda. We need some to refer also to some international mechanisms, especially UN Charter and Universal Declaration for Human Rights. I think it will be good speaking about values and principles and also all this. I suggest to add some.
Yeah, Fatima, I think whatever recommendations you have made, we have included in the, but still something is missing, you say?
Yes, after before the UN agenda, I think it will be good if we, yes, in the beginning.
Okay.
I think it's good to
add. The themes of the international conference have been deliberated in the context of UN Sustainable Goals 4, 16, and 17.
Yes, in the second paragraph, in the context of UN Sustainable Development Goals.
Goals 4, 16, and 17. Yes.
I think before that, it will be good to integrate UN Charter and Universal Declaration for Human Rights.
Okay. Something I think that mail is missing because we are getting lot of mails. If you don't mind, could you please resend it?
Okay.
So that we can include it later.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, Fatima. Any sessions? Any inputs from the participants? So what we will do is, I think all of you, it seems you have tired. So what we will do is, we in principle adopt this resolution in this conference, and later we will again share among all participants this document. We will also little fine-tune the document and share once again among all participants, and so that you can give your final inputs. Is it okay? Okay. Then what we will do is, in principle, we say that this conference adopts this declaration. Is it okay to everyone? Okay, no comments?
I support.
Okay. What?
I don't know, you went through very fast on some sections. I don't know whether you included the collaboration in research.
What collaboration, sir?
In research going forward.
In the research?
Yes.
I think we have included the collaboration, international, national collaborations are required. Somewhere it is there. Let me see. Focus, develop programs, multidisciplinary team of experts, incorporate indigenous knowledges of communities, encourage partnerships between developers and stakeholders for responsible media, AI underlying responsibility. Is it about you are talking?
No, research. There is also another aspect. I work with the OECD panel of experts on AI, and the areas of emphasis are around research, and also the other area is governments to invest in computing. That is going to be one of the hindrances going forward. The government to invest. One of the participants earlier talked about data residency, that Africa is hacked mostly because of using cloud services that are not within the continent. And one of the areas in AI is going to be mostly investment in computing power, which cannot be done by the private sector, but multi-sectoral groups like us here now.
Okay. So in that case, may I request you to formulate your recommendations and send it us so that we can include them later?
Yes, I will send to Constantine, yeah.
Yeah, please, you can send it to us so that we can include them. Please, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for your comment.
Okay.
Yeah, any sessions? So what we will do is then, if you have any sessions, inputs, you can send it later, little later. And I say that we, in principle, accept this document and we will adopt this document in this conference. Okay? Okay, then. Thank you so much. Let me make vote of thanks. Let me thank the Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad, and Dorothy, FAP Chair, and Murali Krishna Reddy, Co-Chairman FICCI, for participating, for giving their time in the inaugural session. And as it was mentioned by Professor Sivaprasad in his vote of thanks, that our university has been constantly supporting our efforts in all respects. So that's why Vice Chancellor also very much pleased to participate in the inaugural session. Of course, Dorothy Gordon, IFAP Chair, she is always very much supportive to our ideas. And not only she is supportive, she is guiding us actually what to do, what not to do, how to do, etc. So thank you, Dorothy, for your kind suggestions and guidance. I also thank Murali Krishna Reddy FICCI. FICCI is the organization, one of the biggest organization of the industry in India. And it is for the first time we are collaborating with FICCI in the conferences. And we are thankful to the FICCI for its support to collaborators in this conference. I also told at the beginning when the keynote address was delivered by Geoffrey Rockwell, that he woke up early in the morning at 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. in Canada, and he was very kind enough to deliver the keynote address. Special thanks to him, special because we have disturbed him to wake up. We made him to wake up, we compelled him to wake up early in the morning, and he has given a wonderful inaugural keynote address. I also thank all the speakers, right from Jilwan, Mr. Shivaprasad, Francis, Manas, Ramesh, Anil, and then Fatima, Atul, Tiane, and Helen, Evgeny, Pashansaf, Daria, and then Konstantin, then Thoman, all, Rachel, Paulette, everyone for their wonderful presentations. And I know that due to, though it is very sharp notice about the conference, nowadays everybody is busy with online meetings, online conferences, and you find time and you put all your intellectual efforts to present your views, to share your views, and make this conference successful. I also thank FICCI and other organizations and Indian National Commission for Cooperation with UNESCO, Government of India, which is for the first time collaborating with us. So we thank the Indian National Commission for Cooperation with UNESCO. And taking this opportunity, I thank all the partners, University of Pretoria, then Russian National IFAP Commission, then UNESCO Chair on Language Policies, Indian National Commission, UNESCO Intergovernmental Organization, FICCI once again. I thank all the partners for collaborating, for giving their sessions in the successful conduct of this conference. I once again thank all the speakers, chairpersons, partners, collaborators, and participants for their cooperation in successful conduct of this conference. I think that the success of this conference is a collective effort, and the document is collective wisdom. So it once again shows that if we work collectively, we can come up with fruitful results which are useful, fruitful results which are useful for the society, and the results that are needed for the social good. So with these concluding remarks, and before last but not least, I have to thank my office, which has been working a lot in corresponding with the speakers, with the partners, and also providing uninterrupted technical support, which is very crucial for a conference like online conference. So I thank my office also for their support. And I once again thank one and all for their cooperation. And again, I say once again that this is a collective wisdom, and I hope that we will continue our cooperation in future also. Before concluding, I want to make a couple of announcements that there was a proposal in the trial run by Rafael Capurro to translate the document, Hyderabad Declaration, into Russian, German, Spanish, French, Arabic, Portuguese, etc., Mandarin, Chinese languages. I hope that our participants, our speakers will help us. I have already agreed informally to translate the document, because if this document gets international visibility, it will be our success, which we want actually. This document should be useful not only to the governments, but NGOs and other organizations. And we need, if we get feedback from them, it would be a very nice for us, and we can say that our conference is really successful. And then there was a proposal by Helen, Professor Helen, to form a consortium on AI ethics. So I think this is a good session. If you all agree, then we will meet once again online, something at later date, and we can work out. We can share our thoughts initially on the formation of the consortium on AI ethics and digital wellness. The third announcement with the third idea which I would like to share, this is a proposal to have a conference in somewhere in the first half of September on IFAP priority areas in the current situation, in the present context. So this conference will be organized somewhere in the first half of the September. The dates we will soon announce, which will be convenient to all of us. I think this time we will have sufficient time to come up with our research proposals, not in a hurried manner that we have been doing, we have done this time, but we will give sufficient time. I request all of you to participate in that conference and share your research findings. Thank you very much. Thank you. If anyone has any concluding remarks, you can make it. 1 minute. Concluding remarks.
I think on behalf of organizing committee, I must thank everyone because everybody has given their collective wisdom and also submitted, constantly we have been writing to them. I'm sure they must have cursed us, but at the same time, the kind of presentations made proved that they are not done in a hurry. They are excellent presentations, and I must thank everyone for enlightening many of us, and it was really useful and helpful. And I once again thank, I think in the office, generally we said office. I think it's good to name the people, especially Mr. Karthik and Lohita. These two are really the pillars, and they have seen to it not a single hitch was there in the technical sessions. Thank you, all of you, and have a fruitful this thing, and we will definitely work towards publishing these papers, and we are getting in touch with the Francis Taylor and other companies, and so that we can have a good publication out of this. We are trying to do it with the last one, and we also try to do this. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, if I may add to that, we thank everybody in groups, and we thank the team, and we thank everybody. But I think we must thank you, Prof. Rao and Prof. Siva in person for leading the team. I see that both of you are drinking something. We consider that to be tea for the moment. But we want to thank you not only for the organizational skills that you put into this conference, but also for your diligence to bring us all together. I checked the numbers, and the highest we were was around about 40, and even now we are more than 25. So the discipline that you brought into the structure, the organizational skills, the leadership in your team, thank you very much. Not for anybody else, but Prof. Siva and Prof. Rao. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
May I take this opportunity on behalf of the entire IFAP team to congratulate the entire organizing committee for this very important meeting, bringing us very different perspectives in terms of what's happening in this critical area that is actually attracting so much attention. I think many of you who have participated here know that there are so many different groups that have formed around the topic of artificial intelligence, but the area of digital wellness and the importance for the average person have tended to be overlooked. Not enough attention is being paid to this by member governments, and I'm really happy that you had this meeting and you've drawn out some of the critical issues. So congratulations, and we are looking forward to the work as we move forward.
Thank you.
There was a message you have to read, no? I forgot.
Which one? No.
Okay.
Okay. So anybody would like to say any give concluding remarks?
Just my remarks. First of all, I must say thank you to the organizers. They were wonderful and they work hard for us. I know what means a conference. I want to thank to all the people who presented. They gave me a lot of ideas. I want to thanks to the person who made reports. And it was a wonderful conference, but always when it's the end of the conference, some tears appear on my eyes, but maybe it's not time to cry, yeah? See you on the next events and on the next events and the next conferences. And for sure, this virus will be ended and one day we'll meet again to our conferences in one city or another way, yeah? Thank you.
Exactly. Sure. Thank you.
Welcome.
So anybody would like to express? Maybe you can also say how can we improve the conference organization in terms of content and organization. That also sessions and criticism is also welcome.
Sir Rao, this is Anil. Thanks a ton for letting me in. I am an odd man out. I'm from a civil society trying to promote internet ethics and digital wellness. So normally we do have an annual calendar and we plan ourselves in terms of what we need to do. But this seminar and this kind of summit has brought so many stories that I should make, so many debates, so many books that I need to author. I think we opened the entire Pandora box to us. So I've seen the whole promoting internet ethics and digital wellness from an academic perspective, which I was not every time. So I was more from the technical and civil service society perspective. So thank you, sir. Thanks a ton to everybody for letting me in. And there's a lot of learning that I've made. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Professor Ralph, from my side,
yes.
I also wish to thank you and all the participants for this event and everybody's patience, of course, and collaboration. And as you indicated, a planned event potentially for September. I also wish to remind all the participants that in terms of September, we are also starting to look towards the International Day for Universal Access to Information. So we will then most probably continue collaboration with the current group and others towards observing this day officially for UNESCO.
And you will have this one, dates are fixed or not yet?
Well, it's the 28th of September, which is a Tuesday this year. So we will most probably aim towards those, but then of course also engage with the UNESCO office and headquarters towards suitable organization of an event.
Yeah. Then in that case, we can have a conference in the first week of September.
16.
Yeah, I think we can have it somewhere. Actually, we planned it on 15th to 17th, but it will be little close to your conference. So we can advance it to September. Yeah, September, I think we can have 8th, 9th, 10th September, 3-day conference. Is it okay?
Why not?
It's on my birthday.
So we have champagne, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, we wanted it in October, but since the IFAP committee will have its regional meetings in October, UNESCO will be busy with those meetings. So that's why I think Rachel is also agree with me that we should complete both the conferences in September itself. Of course, we know that it will be a pressure on all of you. So let us take that pressure as a challenge and cooperate with each other. Is it okay, Rachel, if we'll have it 7th to 9th? Between 7th and 9th?
Of course.
Okay. If you agree, then we will go ahead because it should not clash with your conference. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, any suggestions?
Hello, everybody. This is Anuradha from calling in from Paris.
Yes,
once
Anuradha,
again, thanks to all organizers and participants for this truly marvelous meeting, which will lead, I think, to a lot of work in future. I just wish to come back to your question about improving the organization of online meetings and within the framework of digital wellness, as we had discussed in the comments section yesterday. Also, I'm proposing that just like in physical meetings, that there should be a kind of coffee break in between sessions, if time permits, which will allow us to exchange in an informal manner. And I think that's part of the productivity of these types of meetings. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good session. When we have physical meetings, we used to have entire day. But since it is online meeting, there is a time constraint. But still next time, we will definitely consider this. Thank you.
There is a feature called breakout rooms in the Zoom itself. I think if you enable that, people can have dialogues.
Yeah, that we will do next time. Thank you. Sudhit.
Yeah. May I?
Please.
Yes. First of all, I want to thank the organizers of this conference, especially Professor Rao and Professor Siva and your team, of course, for this high level of professionalism in organizing this kind of events and to bringing us all together around this very interesting topic. Second, I want to make an announcement if it's if I can do it. I invite you, and it's a pleasure to invite all participants to one conference we will organize, the International Institute for Scientific Research here in Morocco, in partnership with UNIFI University in Peru, with our colleague Amaro La Rosa. It will be organized in the International Day of Press, 3rd of May, next May. And it will be, the title is Artificial Intelligence and Communication. We already have some colleagues who will participate to this event, and so you are all welcome. Thank you. Yeah, and I want to add one special thank to Mrs. Dorothy, who is such an inspiration for all women in all the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think Fatima, you dragged me and Professor Rao to write for the Peru conference. We have sent our abstract.
Abstract we have already.
Participating in
Yes.
that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah. Anybody would like to express, to give concluding remarks?
So it's a new conference, in fact, now a conference of remarks. A new panel.
Yeah, then I think we will close the session. We will call the day. And I have only, before closing, I would like to remind you, all of you, that please revise your papers. We will try to publish them. Otherwise, we will put it in the electronic form. Definitely, we will do that. Please do it at the earliest possible. If you all agree, let us do it in a fortnight, in 15 days. I will send mail again to all of you, reminding you, revise your papers. Those who have submitted, if you want to revise, you can revise within 15 days and send it to us back. And we will also share soon the conference report with all your beautiful photos and the report. And we will soon share the conference report also. So thank one and all for everything, and have a nice evening, nice day, and good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
And see you later.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye bye.
See you soon.
Yeah,
See you
see you
soon.
soon.
Au revoir.
See you soon, all of you.